chase you to the ends of the earth!
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quack jiggling qua 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 qua.
Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta change my shirt real quick. What do you even want, Cap? I'm wearing my Ramna merch. The Yep cock. But hey, I don't know how Twitch feels about a shirt that just says cock on it, so maybe not. Oh. And B, it's got a couple holes in it, because cats. So, is the fucking head hole for this? I said head hole. Anyone want to see my head hole? Studio cat. I guess I'm getting them water too. Yeah. Cat. Okay, so content today. I feel like punching enemies in the face more. So we're gonna do more of that. Probably warm up on Flak and then do some Mo's, I think. My connection already seems to be turbo shit. So we'll see what happens there. Give you many sex. Oh. Thank you for the 35 months, Nunu. I appreciate it. Appreciate you as well. Thank you. How's everyone doing? Whiteout, Rune, Super, Guest, Mr. Glenn, Mr. Sean, Nunu, Lizzie, Fleece. Good to see all of you. Anyone else who might be lurking about as well. Let's do the thing. And yeah, fair warning. Like I said, my connection is already turbo shit today, and I don't know why. So let's see. Other stuff going on. Yeah, so a week from today, so you'll have warning, because I'll still be streaming Monday, Tuesday, I think, yeah. A week from today, I'm going on vacay, so I will be gone for 2 weeks. I know normally I don't take as long, but you know, a little extra meet time. So it'll be normal streams for the rest of this week, streams Monday, Tuesday, and then I'm gone until Remnant 2 is out, because I planned my vacation around that. So, the day after I get back, the plan is co-op Remnant 2 on release day with Lazy and Priz on stream. That's the plan. Speaking of, hi Priz. Turbo shit was what my dog did first thing this morning after nervously holding it all in last night. Yo, fuck fireworks. It was scaring the shit out of my cats, too.
I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Yeah, this plays like some early version of Rackstab, almost. Rackstab in an alternate universe where the Stinger wasn't a thing. Man crit himself with his own reflect. Relatable, to be honest. I guess something I can do is I can try to slide for the bigger static charge bonus. Rack stab-ish. Rack stab with actual stabbing. Rack stab London edition. I told there's stabbings there. British people, let me know. Oh yeah, they can't really hurt me unless they dot me. Right. Okay, now they can hurt me. Enjoy vacay? Thank you. Ooh, vacation? Yeah, Hazel, I'm looking forward to it. So, as with yesterday, I kind of want to just adapt as much of the Amara tech onto other characters as we can to get a functional true melee setup. Yo, Micro, thank you for the 1 year. Time does funny things. Thank you so much.
1 year of Quagington.
Quagington. Ooh, I like it. I'm gonna start saying it like that. Quagington Bear. Thank you so much, Micro. How you doing? We do a little bit of static charge punching, just like a little bit. Then we hollow point and everyone dies.
Distract them.
I guess I face puncher here because there's nothing nearby and I don't have a Groundbreaker. Groundbreaker there. Tell you that much. And that's just such an underrated little thing that I wonder how many players don't utilize that. Ground Slam delivers Groundbreaker. It basically magnifies your damage because you could shoot one enemy for 100 damage, and then you have 10 from Groundbreaker, right? But then if you Ground Slam and hit 10 enemies, you've done 100 damage. You've turned 100 damage into 100 damage, when it should be 10 damage. Like, just the simple fact that Ground Slam applies Groundbreaker to everything is crazy powerful. Okay, I got them both with that punch. Worth it.
Thank you. I will see you again, Valkyries, when the death song begins to sing.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Playing a lot of BL3 even without slam artifacts comes in handy quite a bit. Oh yeah. It's got good stagger against human-sized enemies. The AoE Groundbreaker delivery. It's good for movement. Like, you do get a bit of a horizontal boost when you Ground Slam. So it can allow you to make jumps you otherwise wouldn't. Yeah, the AoE Groundbreaker delivery. And like Groundbreaker gets bonus elements too. So even in single target, or like if I have 2 enemies, I think it is more consistent to ground slam than to punch, even in this true melee build. I'll experiment with mixing that in. Yeah, gross stone static charge. Like, Spark Plug static charge is obviously good here. But that'll lead me more and more away from, like, actually punching. So I don't know. Although it'd be really good. How do we feel about that? What if I just went Spark Plug static charge? Like, I think that solves all of the problems this has. Hey, Yeti, how you doing? It becomes no you? Shit, you're right. It just becomes no you. It's already the no you skill tree. Shit. Oh no. Have to have principles if you're doing true melee? Yeah. Yeah. Have to actively choose to adhere to the playstyle. It's what we trust. With our Lord and Savior Splug. Manic, thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh yes.
You said it, text-to-speech. The chain's not going to that enemy. Being very choosy there. Well, my pet's alive now. At least I have that going for me. I think even Stabber deserves a shot here. I really don't like the animation lockout. Because, like, it's very noticeable when doing Rack Attack. Because Rack Attack already has an obnoxiously long animation. It might not seem like it, but Rack Attack animation is fucking toxic. It was actually a big complaint that Retour had. This was in the pre-Purple Tree days, where On the Wish List was making Rack Attack a one-handed animation. That's why it was such a a kick in the teeth when Zane got a zero-handed version of Rack Attack.
Pocket rats.
Oh, they keep dying to reflect. See, they keep... Let me play the game. Okay. Yo, 69 mil Groundbreaker. Nice. That's a satisfying chain. Hey, Barista, how you doing?
Distract them.
Transformer option if you want to keep away from No Yu. Yeah. Yeah. That would also enhance the base game vibes. I guess Corrosive Stone is like especially shit here. But I'm kind of okay with that because my use of Corrosive Stone and the fact that I have a Corrosive Fish equipped, the game spawns a lot of Corrosive Heavies, but like, that's fine. I'd rather have those than Shock Heavies. Trying to get into Mara, it's a bit difficult when, you know, console loading screens take millions of years. Yeah, I feel you there. My original platform for this game is PS4, so I feel you on the load screen things completely. Yeah, these guys are just awkward, element-wise. Like, I could just face punch her, but it's not interesting, you know? There we go. Hate that a true melee build still gets so much value holding GA. It's because the way we're forcing the melee damage to be a thing is with those critting ASC 50s. And then it benefits the static charge chains, benefits all the stuff we're doing to build Groundbreaker, benefits Red Explosions, benefits Hollow Point. Like, Unforgiven is also good here. It's just GA seems the most optimal. Benefits all the non-melee. Well, that's the problem with... So, like, Psycho Stabber just came up. This had to have been a design accident, but Psycho Stabber, the melee stat stick pistol, has the worst animation. Like, whenever you do anything, because it's a COV pistol, you have, like, a reset animation that's longer than all of the other pistol types, and most shotgun types, and most sniper rifle types. Also, you have an annoying animation whenever you switch back and forth from it, and Flak doesn't have swap speed. So, like, out of the weapons I could be holding to do this, GA seems the most optimal, followed by Unforgiven, followed by Ionic Disruptor. And then I think I would still rather use a Blade Fury than a Psycho Stabber. It's just like holding the punch. Just because I could punch twice in that window and do more damage.
Definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Pocket racks.
Canes aren't going to the right enemies. I got a punch off. A few extra beats of the Phase 1 song. Yeah. See, I'm punching the boss. I'm doing it. I'm really doing it. That was unfortunate. knocked me back. Wait, what killed the better half? What happened? I think it reflected itself. Oh. Hollow pointed with the Rax. Sorry, with the ASC 50 on the Rax. Whoops. Nice punch kill. Listen, I was trying. I was trying. Is my inventory already running like shit? Alright. Let's do Moe's.
Robotic Beastmaster, home planet unknown.
And where I put that save. Hasn't been that long.
A siren warrior.
There it is. Oh yeah, I was doing GTD last time I did this. Punch the legs, Strimmer. Okay. So currently this is tuned towards Unleash the Dragon and running around like a chicken with its head cut off. Let's think. What does Moe's have to offer static charge stuff? Obviously, big surplus static charge is very tempting. We could do Green Monster, but then we'd have to accept that I'm never allowed to switch weapons or shoot. Flare would require a lot of points, but it might still be stuff that I'm doing anyway. Like getting Bare Fist and then getting Running on Fumes. Unleash the Headless Chicken. So like this is already, what do we do for Flare? We have a Calm Guzzler. See, this is a white Calm Guzzler. If I'm doing big surplus, then I can't do Flare. Morning, Cars. How you doing? So, like, here's the dilemma. This is a really good bonus element. 15%, it can crit independently, it's really cursed, we still don't know precisely how it works, because it does a bunch of shit that other things like it don't do. Or up to 100% of a stat that most characters don't really have consistent access to. It's just like this class mod on Moe's, and then B Flak. Other than that, you're looking at Vic Rush, you're looking at this Anoint over here, you're looking at shooting a high fire rate weapon. I'm thinking if I'm doing ASEs, we're more likely to do flame cycling. Which means my big surplus uptime is still going to be limited because I'll, like, accidentally be turning it off a lot. Whoop-ass cycling? Yeah. That seems like the play. Okay, so if we're doing full can of whoop-ass cycling, that means we need to get up to tier 3 of red. But I'm perfectly okay with that. A fun thing you can do is action skill start Tenacious Defense. It can only retrigger after Moses' shields have fully recharged, but you could basically do action skill star and give me 40% of my shields back right now. Kind of fun. I don't know how important Russian offensive will be if we're not doing Bloodletter. We're not doing Unleash the Dragon. I don't think we need Russian offensive that badly. That does mean I could pull some points here. I could run like this and maybe even skip Stoke. That frees up some points to do what with, though? Experimental munitions seems fun here. We could grab that while we're grabbing full can. It's 1 point. It's another bonus element. Triggers on crits. Although, no, that won't really ever happen. Come to think of it. Because bonus elements don't get other bonus elements. And the only things that I'll be critting with are bonus elements. Deep purple TCP whip ass seem like the only sure bets. Yeah, let's let me clone the save first. Yeah, the name of the save was 871BB. Now it's 871BBC. Because I have a lot of maturity when it comes to naming things. BBC? Yeah, I like radio jokes. There's an argument for partial thin red line investment here, enough to keep Healthgate. Like 2 thin red line. But I won't think about that for another 2 minutes. Let's stare at the rest of the skill tree first. I wish Explosive Fury fucking worked, bro. Unsafe. Bonk. So Harmonious Havoc won't be relevant because Blade Fury and Face Puncher are not an elemental, so we won't ever have stacks. Explosive Fury literally doesn't function. Never gonna give you up. Stops Cub from ending, which we don't want. Nitro Engines technically also stops Cub from ending, but like it also gets us Cub back sooner, so we take that since it's the only... It's funny because we have to take exactly 3 points, and the skill that doesn't work, exactly 3 points. It would have been perfect. Like, that would have been an aesthetically perfect tree. Oh well. I guess Skag then to apply to hollow points, right? Stainless Steel Bear to boost Skag then big surplus. Now Over here, Cloud of Ingenuity sucks. It's a rather shit skill. What? Anyway, how's yesterday? Yesterday's okay. Yesterday's okay. So, like, if I went to Thin Red Line, I would still have Health Gate, but I'd have a pretty big chunk more in terms of shields. What shield am I running here, though? If I'm doing the Snowshoe tech, I don't really want to lower my health total. But if I'm doing, like, the Beskar Reflect option, then I want some buffer. Are we doing Ionic Short Fuse? Yeah, we can do Ionic Short Fuse. Let me make sure I grab Short Fuse. What grenade am I doing, do we think? Frozen Heart to just never get hit. Maybe? Oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's stupid. I'm not doing it. Unironically, I think 1 point Grizzled, second point Bull the Holy Pin is optimal here. But then, like, I still have to spend 2 more points. I could just spend 4 Grizzled. That gives me less of a headache. Void Rift? Void Rift could be cool. I'm just trying to think of what shield do we do here? If we're doing Disruptor Short Fuse, then Stinger is a way to apply that in an AoE. But, like, what else could we be doing? Could do the good old Beskar tech. Could do, like, an Old God to boost the Disruptor. Like a Shock Old God. That would also boost Static Charge Chains. I kind of like that idea a little bit. Let's see breakup for the Panther. Logistically speaking, I should just ignore that entire thought process and take Drowning in Brass on the off chance I need to shoot Blade Fury or Face Puncher. That's more optimal, but I don't like that. This is spicier. We'll do it for now, though. And then, what, Cloud of Lead, redistribution, 1 point Scrappy? Stoke for Dragon. Yeah. Okay. So that should be the tree. Terra Cryo Disruptor there for now. Now we want that. I guess something we could do is we could just do Thin Red Line to get URAD. Have URAD and 2 ASC 50s. It's pretty good. So what static charge am I using? That's an electric slide one. I have interesting gear on the save. Okay, artifact. We want... Since we don't have much in the way of speed, I'm thinking Snowdrift here. To get the hang of it first. I can change it later. Snowdrift, static charge. What, area, double melee? Shield-wise, Cryo Stinger currently makes the most sense. We already have that. Grenade with ASC 50. One of these Hunter Seekers. Good. I like the idea of having the terror damage and fire rate, but how am I mean, I guess I could have generate terror on my Blade Fury. Yeah, I guess that works. Put that there. We go Blade Fury over Face Puncher because single projectile splash on the gun instance in short fuse. So that's a couple extra skag that big surplus instances, etc. Then I need the flame com. Since I went down here, I don't need running on fumes, do I? Hey Sora, how you doing? Since I'm doing flame, I don't need... Just do that. I like limit break, but I don't think I need it. What did I do different this time? Oh, yeah. Let's see it. I'm fine with that. So, like... Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay. At least be 12 points. I freed up 5 points from purple. I could still get Russian offensive. I guess that's what I do here. Take redistribution, redistribution, stoke the embers. Either last Cloudalot or take Scrappy. Or I could skip Redis. Not do that. That. Scuffed, but I think that's more optimal.
Thumbs up, yeah?
Thank you, default shift player. Always being a homie. Guess the emergency free rad. I don't know. Oh, now I need the flame com. I don't have ASE 50s. I don't know how this is gonna go. We'll see. Down with the SP dick sucking penis? Sure I am. Area damage, area radius, Hyperion crit makes the most sense for the GA. I guess I'll give myself one of those, and also... what would benefit the Disruptor most here? None of that, really. Action skill damage would help Skagda and Big Surplus, but we already have 1 Scorching, 5 Stainless. Are there more melee damage? More crit? More melee? More melee. Sounds logistically complicated, but not impossible. Very important. I need to actually select weapons for this thing. I guess we do the standard V35 lock and speed load. Okay, so like I will likely end up changing this to be ASE 50 stuff. Currently the way this is gonna go is we Blade Fury, or we fish, punch while holding the Blade Fury to get Terror, and then we start punching things with Disruptor to get Ionic Disruptor dots, Static Charge Chains, and then Short Fuse off of all of that. See what happens. Now, this is not nearly as much overlap as the Amara and Flak Groundbreaker centric setup as I was going for. It just kind of drifted another direction. We might reevaluate. Yeah, Minesweeper. Anything that can crit can Minesweeper. Moze has no way of making the Disruptor ticks crit. Only Flak can do that. But, like, technically speaking, Short Fuse off of that, an ASC 50 or a Big Surplus on that Short Fuse could crit if it was on a crit spot, which could then Minesweeper. But, like, that enters into the territory of, it's not gonna happen. Can, but won't, you know?
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
Oh yeah, I've got an action
Counting
skill
on you,
start Stinger.
We got contacts.
You.
Better luck next life.
Morning, Samish. How you doing? That's gonna get annoying. but you managed to not kill anyone. I have a lot of Iron Bear damage, specifically in the hopes that you'll be able to actually kill things. So one of the worries I have with this is it's gonna just become Punch Bear the more I stare at it. I don't want to do that. I want to be Punch Bear. I want to do something else.
Killer cub, cut and loose.
Really rather have Unleash the Dragon right now. I'm not inspired. Let's run that courtyard back. See how that works out. Might have to drop the Terra integration, but it's just... The more I do Disruptor and UTD, the less value the AC-50s get me. I get nothing really substantial off of them. Currently.
Wait, I lost count. Now.
No, Moses is unbroken, so is everyone else from what I've seen. It was just the most broken. I mean,
Damn,
depends entirely on what you're talking about. There's no point in comparing brokenness, because, like, for example, you're saying Mose is the most broken. Mose is second slowest for Guardian takedown, hardest activity in the game. Mose is slowest for Maliwan takedown, for endgame clear. He's the fastest in a bunch of Proving Grounds and Circles of Slaughter. In terms of, like, if you were to tell a Vault Hunter, do the most amount of damage you can do in one trigger pull, Mose would win. Both with and without restrictions. But that doesn't necessarily mean most broken. Like, Iron Bear doesn't do the most damage out of the action skills. He's only sometimes the least gear dependent. Mose is actually a good deal more dependent on skill points than, say, Flak is. Point is, like, the whole, you know, which Vault Hunter is the strongest thing. It's like, yeah, if you put a gun to my head, I'm saying Mose, but, like, practically speaking, there's still no answer to that question. All uniquely unbalanced. I
They come.
does that mean unbalanced at that point, you know? And speaking up for Flack, Flack did nothing wrong. Flack has just no ridiculous scaling or anything. Flack is just good by being good. Zane's the one running around with 3 layers of band-aids rather than them ever fixing his core design of him being fucking useless without kill skills. Amara and Moze have a ton of mayhem scaling things and double dipping things in their trees. Zane also has just monstrous amounts of stat numbers. He's got the most crit, he's got the most gun damage. He's got very large amount of cooldown, very large amount of fire rate. Black is just, hey, I'm just good. I'm just designed well. Until you look at Purple Tree, which is why we don't look at Purple Tree. Short fuse hitting for almost 1 mil. You love to see it. Black's more like, hey, I'm flacking here.
Check out that body count. You poor baby bear. Other one down. We be all.
Gravity Snare is extremely well designed, was definitely seriously tested. Of course, of course. Never imply otherwise. And by never, I mean always. And FC. You get to see it knock anyone up. You want to see someone get knocked up? Hey Lizzie, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it.
Triple kill confirmed. With the Valkyrie's wings.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're on something bigger. Keep going.
Iron Cub's got claws.
So this is in this awkward area where this archetype, I don't see much value until I start doing Stinger spam. And, like, we all know what Stinger spam looks like. Ugh. Stairs gravity as the tin indicates. Got me there. How much is Dragon doing here? Versus maybe Atom Bomb? A lot. A lot. Like, if we did Atom Bomb, well, we don't even have a way of applying Rad right now. The Rad is coming from Baby Nukes. I'm not sure if he's not doing much damage. No. Like, you can get it to do damage, but it's with, like... It's not something you can replicate for each individual enemy unless you apply it off of a Stinger. Because basically you need it to tick in a way where the short fuse double dips the 150 over 90 bonus while you have all your bonuses. And it's just like, getting that on every enemy.
Serving up fresh,
Like, the disruptor is relevant for Stinger use.
Hell no!
I feel like that was a big surplus crit right there. We can just punch enemies in the head and big surplus will crit. Kind of funny. Hey Nova. It's going okay. Testing some punchy build stuff. Thinking all the time I play BO3, use grab snare literally once saw enemies, just ignore it, never use it again. Good times. You have used it almost the optimal amount of time. The optimal amount of grab snare use in a lifetime is 0. But hey, you came close. You came close. Had an epiphany, Unburden, Graphi beats Booster Valiant. That's true. Just keep in mind you lose your Unburden boost if you switch out, but that's no different than them losing the booster energy boost. So. Did you calc to see if you have to use Gunk Shot? Because like Gunk Shot misses is bad. Like,
Opening up a finely aged cask of
I think poison jab damage might be worth. Damn it. I'm so spoiled by Amara dot duration, man. I'm gonna go back and play Amara after this.
freaking multi-kill, yeah! No unfair.
Lovely.
For it now.
What about BL2? Why don't you play it? Because I don't want to play BL2? It's literally as simple as I'm a build crafter, and build crafting in that game sucks.
Racking him up.
Remember, why are you playing Minecraft? Listen, Gage. Listen. The Minecraft thing missed me by like a little bit. So like, I remember I was in high school when like Minecraft was having its first wave of popularity, right? And then was a working adult when it hit its second wave. And both kind of missed me. I've played like 20 minutes total of Minecraft in my life. Sure, why are you playing Anthem? Is Anthem still like... Are those servers still up? It's gotta be one of those games people make content like, hey, you forgot about this game, didn't you? Like YouTube video essays on. It's gotta be one of those. I'd be surprised if they don't add dedicated melee weapons to BL4. I certainly hope they carry the dedicated melee slot thing forward. Like, it's one of those things, you know how sometimes enough backlash makes developers pivot on a sequel and then they'll just pretend an entry never happened. I really don't want that to happen for the Lands games as a whole with Wonderlands. I don't want that to happen for Borderlands with some BL3 choices. Like, I don't want them to go backwards in an attempt to please some people who will just move the goalposts anyway. We don't want them to do it to BL4 what they did to D4. Exactly. Only case Jab is better is if I lose the 4% chance to miss both gunk shots, otherwise Jab is guaranteed. You could KO. And then gunk shots, okay. Yeah, okay. That checks out. Yeah, it's just... those imperfect accuracy moves, man. Ugh. I was doing some Showdown last night, and I lost the game to 2 missed heat waves. My Torkoal in the sun clicking heat wave, and I missed twice.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Yeah, I know I used Unleash the Dragon, but like...
Got there.
Oh, now I'm in an awkward position. I guess I need to shoot these. Somehow I've gotten no flame triggers. Alright, there's one. Back here. Let me punch you. Let me punch you. I'm not fast enough.
Solid takedown. First round's on Lorelei.
Brilliant work,
Favorite raid bosses
Monster.
Wonton and
Now
Anthem.
Kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Maybe BL4 if they don't want to go full melee, give us something akin to those effects or artifacts. Like as we just discussed, the melee system, like let's look at it. Were there drawbacks? No. There are no drawbacks to just having melee weapons as their own slot. So just do it. The way I see it is if it improves something without taking something away, do it. You mean Wu-Tang the Invincible? And none to fuck with. This is just weird. It's just Stinger chaining off of flame procs currently. Let's do Amara. You can see what I envisioned for Moze, but Amara's all over the place. That command will never get old. YamaraBuilds.com plug. Real website, by the way. You should check it out. This is one of the website. This is one of the builds on there from Mr. Stone Sean. Insect crawling on my goddamn leg. What are you this time? You're a spider, you can live. I don't think it was a spider because I can't see it. It's annoying. Well, if I see it, I'm gonna have to kill it because I don't think it's a spider.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Push these rats back! I want a secure perimeter! What the hell? Vault Hunters? How'd they find us?
Is that the best you've got?
We gotta take out that Vault Hunter! Now! Front gate!
Timer. My fists are ready.
My aim is incredible, as always.
Oh, I could get used to this.
Character you say has the most build diversity in BL3? Black. The only serious entrants into that conversation are Flack and Amara. Zane, while having more build diversity than pre-BL3 Vault Hunters, is much more limited than the other three, and Mose has limitations that make what she can do sometimes more limited than the others. Flack's skill tree design having so many global damage boosts and having action skills that cover all sorts of different modes. Like you've got action skill active action skill, you got action skill start spam, you've got hybrids. Like, Flack's got a lot of flexibility. That's Flack's whole thing. Amara has similar flexibility, it's just some of it's more janky than Flack, and there are some areas where she just doesn't do as well as Flack. Where find this website? Right there. Right there in the chat. I have the wrong shield on. That's why my damage felt kind of scuffed. I'm not supposed to have this on. I'm supposed to have that on. Bad miss gamma whipping? Yeah.
Enemy ahead.
If you actively miss looking up at the sky instead of playing the video game, the priorities are fucked. Skill issue.
You cannot flee from the judgment of the heavens.
Looks like I didn't have my damage bonuses. Oh yeah, I haven't killed an enemy recently. I don't clear the mine. That would explain that.
Stronger together. Weak. Just be.
I've never seen so many drone rangers on the boss. Funny. I actually think it's stupid, shouldn't exist. But no, as soon as you go with but, no, you don't. What? You were spending multiple messages reminiscing about it and saying that you miss it. No. It's stupid, it should never have existed. I'm glad it's gone, and the community is forever dumber for having to experience people presenting Gamma Whipping builds as legitimate builds and gameplay. No. Yeah, just use Mantis. Like, what you're looking for, they gave Zane as an action skill. Just as an intended feature. Go nuts. Be a Zane player. You'd rather spam one button infinitely rather than doing anything else in your gameplay, play Zane. That's what he's designed to do. Insanity more than the builds. I can't relate. Let's just put it that way. I can't relate.
Absolute massacre.
Gamma's my favorite action skill ever since Raxlag was destroyed. You know, the look in the sky and proc action skill start in ASC just made it feel dirty. You know the thing that you know the Gamma bug where it can just lock in an unusable state, right? That annoying bug. The way that happens is by you accidentally Gamma whipping. Now, it's probably a coincidence, but it could also be a botched attempt to stop people from doing that had some repercussions after they changed some other stuff related to the action skill later down the road. I'm not above blaming Gamma choosing not to function about 20% of the time when you place it in an ambiguous spot. I'm not above blaming that on that stupid fucking exploit. I am that petty.
Barely worth the sweat. Quick, yeah?
That's dying through Gamma, my favorite. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, loaders are totally well designed. Missed. Actually almost bopped me off the edge there. Alright, I need to stop going down this. What am I doing? back to corrosive. Yes, I'm doing everything in my power to not throw a fish. I could solve this problem in a second by throwing a fish, but I'm not gonna. Poisson. A poison poisson. Actually, mine's radiation right now. Fine. Happy? I'm so stupid. Just because you healed, you fuck. Fish. I remember a few words from a French vacation. Nice.
Now that is definitely your target.
Ah, so this is why we have the stopgap. Hang on. Now we cook. Now we cook.
Light that giant bastard up.
He says as he misses tragically. Twice. Fine, I'll get it. I landed one that time. First try. End of the punch. Can I punch you? Oh, maybe. 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 No, it's never happening. Fine. Fine. Let him bake. Why does it let him cook and not let him stew? You got a point there. How you doing, Vocal? Let him broil. Let him flambe. Let him saute.
Anyone else want to try?
Let him solar oven. Let him craft. Let him soup. Let him microwave for 30 seconds. If you're nasty. Let him kiln. Pretty lazy day today, how am I? I'm pretty okay, Vocal. Pretty okay. Yeah, anima duration crazy. This is why Unleash the Dragon's so much better on Amara. Because it lasts for fucking ever. Let him suit. We've gone too far. Let him fry, let him grill. Stew is just getting results without much effort. I suppose in comparison, yeah. More punching on Flack. Stew is the Zane of food.
Come here, girl.
Not me instantly developing a slight distaste for the idea of stew. Apparently I dislike Zane that much.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the
A
lower
nuke?
levels. Make your way there
Which sounds
and be ready
cool.
for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Line up those rats! Ratchet! Whatever! I'll stick 'em up! Vault Hunter's mine!
Melee science? Yeah. Tried out a bit of Moe's, bounced over to Amara, and back to the Flack setup we crafted yesterday.
So I'm taking yours.
A lot of punching with static charge.
You cannot take me.
Like that. Love being cryoed. Really my favorite experience. Well, that was a good one. Gotta remember to shoot for Bounty Hunter. No, Pet, don't remind me. I got this. I got this. Stop it. Did it all by myself. I'm a big boy. Trying to do terror setup doesn't involve Lucky 7 spam or Pet 200 annoying. What do you think? Recommend for shield adds more damage, specifically shock or rad, not revolter. Thinking mana wall. You have no way of sustaining a mana wall unless you go deep purple tree. It's not gonna add damage. And the only shields that give bonus elements are revolter and mana wall.
Pocket rats.
There's plenty of shields that increase your damage, but in terms of like adding a bonus element, it's only those two. You could run a front loader to enable URAD without losing your artifact slot to having to run Deathless. You could do Super Soldier, you could do Infernal Wish. Frozen Heart for crowd control, damage and healing. Beskar for survivability. Manuel anyway, and just treat it like a one-shotter shield that you can occasionally turn on a bonus element for. One-shotter shield. Red suit depending on weapon choice. Going full rad setup with Cryo Terranoid. Why would that... Why would you do full rad guns with Terror Cryo? Like, what's the upside there? What's the goal? Thought process.
Strip them bare.
Because, like, the issue is going full rad, you're making yourself terrible against armor. Sure, the idea of Terror Cryo solves that, but Wotan, for example, resists cryo. And additionally, Flak already has innate synergy with corrosive. Thanks to that. And also, going all in on one element, unless it's corrosive on Flak, is just a bad idea. Or unless you're Amara and have cleared the Mind Capstone. Because, like, what are you gaining? I know it's an instinct a lot of people have in their build crafting, but, like, you always have to think, when you do something to build, why are you doing it? Sometimes it does boil down to, I think it'd be cool. But, like, the question should be asked. In particular, all rad builds. It's a very common thing that people do, but you gotta do it for the right reasons. Like, sure, if you're using, say, a yellow cake and you want to benefit from elemental projector, like, that tracks. You red suit up, and you just do that. Now, you'll still be worse off into armor than you would be, but yellow cake is strong enough that it kind of works anyway, and you're just fine. Use Manuel's one-shot or shield, have Mesmers, give myself a little breathing room, regen. That's sound. Something you can do with a one-shot or Manuel is, if you fire the amp shot, like, remember amp is an on shot and bonus elements are an on hit. So let's say you shot, like, a Plague Bearer and it gets amped by the shield. You could then slam to turn on Manuel bonus element, and then you have access to both. Pretty cool. Hey Rod, do you think you're the prime for the 14 months? I appreciate it immensely. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Overwhelm them. I will see you again.
That was good. 3 punches to kill 3 bosses. Ruby's Wrath destroys Harker early game. Oh yeah, Ruby's Wrath is one of the highest card damage weapons in the entire game. Atlas is the only launcher manufacturer that has a crit passive on class mod as well. And Ruby's Wrath gives you 7 rockets for 1 ammo. So it's insanely good for Flak and Mo's ammo sustain mechanics. It's good for Zane because you can just, like, rocket yourself to get ammo back as well. Ruby's is really good. Also one of the coolest looking rockets. I agree with that. On a comment of Flak's extra corrosive damage against machines. Forget the name of the perk. Worth this game. We're making reasonable decisions and creating my build. We out here making unreasonable builds now. I mean, we are doing true melee in Borderlands 3, which fundamentally, you do need to be a little bit unreasonable to do this. Because it's like actively avoiding, hey, I could just sting her right now. Or I could just throw a fish right now. It's like, no, 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 no. Style. 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 I do an ender shot.
Distract them. Another false siren.
So remembering the slide for static charge is only for the multi-target chains, if I remember correctly. It's actually kind of vaguely useful since I move slow, so I have a very controllable slide. having move speed makes sliding less optimal. In this game. It's weird and counterintuitive. And that's probably part of why we see so many mods for both this and Wonderlands that change the slide physics and behavior. Basically, the faster you are, the harder it is to slide. At all. And the less time you have during your slide, so it's less controlled. We'll say using Fearmonger, full Terra setup, and Terra Cry makes me love it even more. Fearmonger is a really good gun. It's good in Terra. It's also good without Terra and like support with appropriate bonus elements and stuff. Just a really good gun. Heavily underrated. You know, once again, Hyperion Shotgun W. No one should be surprised at this point. The more we talk about shotguns in this game, the closer I get to breaking my rule and just like, fuck it, I'm gonna make a tier list. I think tier lists as a system of ranking, just it's too flawed when it comes to something like build crafting in this game. Too flawed, it's too reductive. I'd have way too many fucking footnotes. Like, this is why this is here. But like, every time shotguns come up, I really want to, from the perspective of someone who has done build crafting on all characters and endgame speedrunning and thinks about this shit way too much, where shotguns would actually go. I think that would be some good stream content. What do you guys think?
Best to close your eyes. They
Still a tier list? Yeah. Still a tier list. Which is why. Ugh. You don't take them too seriously, tier lists can be fun. They can certainly be fun. And there are situations and like types of there's subject matter where tier lists make more sense. When you're talking about things that are like purely subjective, like enjoyment of a thing, or you know, sometimes you can do a ranking system well. Like, for example, you know, we're gonna go back to speaking in tongues for a minute, but competitive Pokemon tier listing, you can do tier lists for how generally useful a Pokemon is in a competitive setting. Like, you can organize by tiers pretty effectively that way. But doing something like a Borderlands 3 weapon tier list is, unless you get insanely specific about the parameters, you could argue against almost anything. For example, Anarchy. If we're looking at things, id vacuum, weapon operating at peak capacity, Anarchy is the strongest shotgun in the game and nothing else is close. But like, Anarchy restricts you from switching weapons, you can't interrupt your actions very well, so like, it has downsides, whereas if you're in content where you don't need all the additional power the Anarchy gives, you can use something less powerful but more efficient, and it'll feel better, and therefore people will often rank that better. So like, that's a lot of nuance. Patiently waiting for modders, but the O5 sniper in BL3. Yes, dude. The what? Okay, Amber. The O5 is an explosive sniper rifle in Cyberpunk. And it's like not explosive sniper rifle like Headsplosion in this. It's explosive sniper rifle like you know, fucking nuke them. That it's a world burn sniper rifle. BL2 world burn sniper. That's it. It's a perfect way to describe it.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Ooh, that was a good chain.
Cracks up my sleeve.
Ooh. Ooh, I landed a punch. He's learning. That's not a deal. Oh, yeah. Hey, Thermal. Working on hammer throw build C100 on triple duration ring, frost shock fire. Trying to find shell casing ring for better stampede.
Fast breaths going.
Hammer throw and you want duration? I'm kind of lost on what you're going for, to be honest. Beskar you're currently using? Yes. Beskar is one of the best defensive shields in the entire game because you get 50% true damage reduction while it's equipped. And also, you're guaranteed to reflect any bullets, but there's a fun quirk where if you get a reflect augment as the, you know, one of the 2 sub-augments can roll, then after the shield breaks, once it's full again, the reflect properties transfer. Basically, unique reflects, you still take damage, but reflect from shield augments, like they can roll in purples and stuff, you don't take damage. So this combines the 2. So you have 100% chance to reflect, you don't take damage from the bullets, and you have 50% damage reduction. So unless you get dotted by those bullets, and as you saw there, you can just stand there and take it. The enemies will die from their own bullets. Because those reflected bullets get your bonus elements, your guardian angel, your damage formula, all that good shit. Send me a triple absorb one. That's not legitimate. That Scar can only roll 2 augments, and absorb isn't optimal there anyway. Ideal best Scar, you want a reflect part. Second augment doesn't really matter, but you want a reflect part. It can roll 0, 1, or 2 augments. Status duration. Demon Blight. Demon Blight. Right. Yeah, you want duration on that. For sure. With Frost, Shock, and Fire. Yeah, I misread then Thermal. Sorry, that's on me. You were clear. I just didn't read that well. Find Shell Casing Ring and better Stampede. Yeah, finding a Shell Casing Ring with specific stuff for what you need is, like, real unlikely. And then Stampede is, unreasonable amounts of, stat variation there. I guess the most important thing is you just want that crit chance to be up there. With area damage on the armor if you can manage it. Because you're not getting area damage anywhere else. Like, that'd be the most important thing. Because, like, you can make up for having lower crit chance or crit damage by getting more elsewhere. You can make up for having lower melee damage by getting more elsewhere. You can't make up for not having AoE. It's just a mult you're always going to be missing. The old God rolled triple absorb? Yes, but keep in mind, chasing triple rolls is usually just a, hey, I'd like to have this to show off thing, because rarely is it actually optimal. Like, I have triple adaptive here because it's just always relevant. Triple rolls on Revolter almost never mean anything of value unless you're talking movement speed for speedrunning. Sometimes you can do adaptive for some specific self-damage strats, but like usually if you're doing triple roll, it's something hyper specific, like triple roid mana well, triple roid ward, triple amp shields. Triple absorb as a mitigation stat is just kind of like dog shit. Like, the reason why 40% absorb is good on the Transformer is because it's free. It always gets it, and it's on a shield that already has decent defensive stats and gives you an elemental immunity. Not only an immunity, but you heal off of that element. That's why it's good. But, like, think about the mechanics of Absorb. BL3 Absorb is really good because it goes directly into your mag, and you don't take the damage, and that's great defensively. But if you were trading a slot for it, it becomes questionable, because it's RNG mitigation, and it does absolutely nothing against things that can't be absorbed at all. It's not worth focusing on. Shield augments defensively are almost never relevant. Stuff like Beskar is the exception. Rolls you recommend for rolls on an old god? You can get Fleet and Vagabond parts, and movement speed is always good. Vagabond gives you movement speed, like situations like right now, where my shield's full, I'm not in danger, I would just be moving a lot faster. Fleet is good for builds where you're intentionally depleting your shield. Just move speed rolls on old god are super duper good. I consider a glass cannon can be built like Gage. I mean, using the pet for distraction, have a good amount of damage. Good defense for curiosity. You could do either, Gibson. You could do either. So, like, you can build yourself to be a... Well, let me ask you this first. Which one do you want to see first? Because I have builds for each. Do you want to see me be like a shield tank sort of Gage style thing? Or do you want to see me use pet for aggro redirection? Or do you want to see a glass cannon sort of thing? I got builds for each. Flax got build for days. Which would you like to see first? Are there uses where rolls other than Link are ideal in Fish Slap? Yes. Jumping can be good, particularly if you're focusing on body and mind damage on Amara. Jumping means more instances of damage, so it's more total body and mind triggers. First one, the tanky sort of thing. I got you.
Robotic Beastmaster. A robotic Beastmaster.
Pretty much with Fish, I would just recommend not Generator and not Singularity, because those gut the damage. But jumping can be good if you're doing like cut purse or body and mind stuff. Random question, in your opinion, what are the worst artifacts? The slide ones that aren't Snowdrift and Toboggan are pretty bad. Rocket Boots has like some niche uses, but like Cauterizing, Radio Dead, Caustic Coast are pretty shit. Electric Slide is like not as shit, but still kind of shit. Toxic Revenger, you know, it's a slam artifact and it's in corrosive. You'd think it'd be good, but it's not. Phoenix Tears is pretty rough, yeah. In a world without Guardian Rank, it'd be more relevant for earlier game stuff, but yeah. Pop off for a bit, Miss Melee Moes. You did, but it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like using Gage, Anarchy for full damage, Shock Build for good sustain, for shield and Death Trap for awesome character Gage. I played a lot of Gage in BL2 as well, yeah. So, since you're a Gage player, you know, Blood Soak Shields tanking, you know, very effective. This is not directly that. We're not getting a chunk of shields back on each kill, but we are set up in such a way. Let me make the appropriate. Here we go. We are set up in such a way that our shield is our survivability. We've got 1 HP. So once an enemy breaks our shield, our reflect part will turn on in a more favorable way. But basically, we run around, base tanking things on our shield and killing for survivability. There's a Guardian rank perk, Shield Reboot, that forcibly starts your shield regen, your natural shield regen, at the rate listed on the card whenever you get a kill. So we just go around killing enemies and regenning like a little bit between each kill. We take the damage to the face. If you've used something like a blockade or an antagonist on Gage, playing this way can feel very similar, because enemies will just shoot you and die. And I'm using a Spark Plug right now, which is the Shock Flam artifact. And it's incredibly good. But my main damage dealer right now is shock damage. I'm shield tanking. And Pet is here providing a little bit of minor utility. So, very Gage-like on the surface, you know. The only difference is I'm not using Anarchy to shoot. But that's what happens when your character isn't forced into one skill if you want reasonable amounts of damage. Stampede 1 odd, 59 with 59% melee crit chance. That's the best I have. Purple armor 3 awe, melee crit area damage with no stampede. Has to see which one does more. Good job, AI.
Go for the eyes.
Black was only for crisping glass cannon. Whoever told you that does not know how to build. Or has not put in the time. Black can do anything. Like anything. Black has more build diversity than all the characters in the franchise up to this point combined. You can build Black to do whatever you want Black to do. Gun builds, grenade builds, ground slam builds, melee builds, status effect builds, pure action skill, pure grenades, pet for damage, pet for tanking, pet for giving you ammo. You can do snipers, you can do rocket launchers, you can do pistols, you can do whatever. You can do anything on Black. Pet for damage being the worst of them. Yeah, that is the least optimal way of playing this character. It's an option. If you're curious about what Black is most powerful at like peak of player power, it's grenades. Grenades while spamming Novas. So shield and grenade slot matter most to this character. Like the way Black skill trees are constructed. Here, let's try to explain why this is. So you see this green tree capstone here, right? Power inside. See how it just says Black and Flax pet gain increased damage? It just says damage, right? And then you have Hidden Machine over here, just says damage. You got Frenzy over here, just says damage. Pack Tactics, damage. Empathic Rage, damage. Interplanetary Stalker, damage. So the common thread here is these boosts aren't telling you what to use. Whereas another character would be like, oh, this is gun damage, this is melee damage. Because Flak has so much that benefits everything, you can do everything.
So you found me some loot?
Shookit's build utilizing Grab Snare. So the awkward thing about that, Forever, is Grab Snare is worse at everything else every other action skill in the game can do. Like, if you're using Grab Snare in a build, it is a nerf to the build, and you could just slap on any other action skill and immediately be stronger. Like, it doesn't have any use cases where it is most optimal. It's kind of like just choosing to fight someone with a hand tied behind your back. Like, you can do it, but, like, you have no advantage from doing so. So the reason why you don't see any Grab Snare builds is just because Grab Snare is a bad action skill. Never look for a pet class except Gage. Well, that's the thing. Flak is marketed as a pet class and often perceived as a pet class, but Flak's strengths lie mostly outside of the pet. The pet can do some good utility stuff for you, and if you absolutely wanted to, you could force it to be your damage dealer. It's not good at it. Like, if you're looking for a pet experience, Zane and Moze are much more in line with, like, you want your pet to be a destroyer of worlds while you sit back and make yourself a sandwich and sip on some tea. That's Zane and Moze territory. They each have a pet that can do that.
Sky's Fury.
Like, it's to the point where Zane's Digiclone and Moze's Auto Bear are actually considered good. Like, not just serviceable, like, hey, sometimes Death Trap will decide not to fuck you over. No, it's like they're good. Top end maximum sweat endgame speed run times in a bunch of activities that the category records will be using Digiclone and Auto Bear as pets as your main damage dealers. That's how good they are. One of the most efficient things in all of Borderlands. I cannot, in good faith, apply those labels to Flak's pets. What do you suggest? Only fans using the fish one. I'm using Hunter Seeker right now, and it's really good because it's a grenade that makes drones that shoot bullets, and you can apply a lot of effects to those bullets. They got good base damage. Hunter Seeker's great. There's also, like Amber said, light speed, triple sticky rolled purples, gas call. There's the Hex, porcelain pipe bomb. Miracle Bomb. There's a lot of viable grenades in this game. Builds are nerd stuff. Prefer only using the newest shiny gun I pick up and complaining about it. Based jam lot. We are gamers on the internet. We do a spot of complaining. We do that. We take those. Like, I'm in good defense, so I tried Moze. Infinite Ammo doesn't like me, and Zane's too fast, and it can be like accident, may not be able to, so that's the question for this reason. So yeah, once again, it's like the assumption that Flak is a glass cannon or a pet character. That comes from surface level stuff. Like, Moze isn't about infinite ammo any more than, let's see, let's try to have a BL2 example. Moze isn't about infinite ammo any more than Krieg is about melee. And that's gonna seem like a weird comparison, because melee on Krieg is very good, and chasing the infinite ammo horse on Moze really isn't very good compared to other things. But it's just one of many things the character is capable of. It is not representative of the character's experience as a whole. Sure, there's some support for it, but the more you optimize a Moze build, the less you're actually going to be doing that infinite ammo stuff. And Zane isn't really based around movement speed as much as that, like, you take his movement speed very easily in any skill tree. It's kind of like how Anarchy is, like, right there in a gauge tree, so, like, you take it. Even if you don't particularly want to, you have no reason not to take it. It's kind of like that with Zane's move speed. It's just there, you take it. It's in the first tier of his best skill tree, so you just take it in every build. Got a good cycle there.
Distract them. Take down in the
That.
service of death herself.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That
Oh,
arse kicking
not
all
really
the
glass cannon-y,
before they come at
if
us
I say so
again.
myself.
You're not finished yet.
And it doesn't have to be move speed based, just the skills use move speed are very good. They're so good even at basic walk speed to take those skills. Right. One important thing I like is using the skill for helping me, not like Iron Bear, stuff like Drone or Clone. And Ozan and most are super good. Just finished game once with Amara for a level 54 stop to player temporarily DLC 1. Yeah, so you like using your action skill in more of like an active way. I could get down with that. I could respect that a lot. And yeah, in terms of how a lot of Mo's and Zane setups play, it's very passive. Or for buffs. Or to play the game for you than actual active use. I get that. Flak and Amara are definitely the characters that use their action skill the most, like, aggressively and impactfully. See the pet tank one? Yeah.
A robotic beast master. A robotic.
This particular thing is a very easy to obtain interaction. It's just the Red Fang class mod, which is in the base game. It's not DLC or anything. Just the Red Fang class mod while using the Gamma Burst action skill. Gamma Burst has the unlisted effect of making your pet unable to drop below 1 HP in most circumstances. And Red Fang is the most powerful taunting effect in the entire game. The way it works is when you put a Red Fang on, the pet will just constantly taunt everything in the room. Even kind of outside the room, it's got a really big radius. And the effect doesn't even always turn off when the action skill ends. So basically, you have a literally immortal pet that enemies will target over you. Every time. Unless the enemy is immune to aggro effects, or you are physically placing yourself between them and the pet, they will target the pet over you every time. So, it's fantastic survivability to just never be targeted.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
So I'm just gonna
Counting on you, Vault
turn
Hunter.
on Gamma Burst, we'll put the pet over there. Now, they're gonna target the pet. Unless I make myself more of a target, they're just gonna keep going for the pet, and not me. So we're just gonna chill on this rock here. See, they're just not paying attention to me. That's what the Red Fang does.
Invincible.
You can just sit here. Pet coming over to me means I'm gonna start getting hit, because they're aiming for the pet and hitting me. Lucky 7? Yeah. So once again, I can guarantee that if you're ever given the impression that Flak is a glass cannon, then it was because the person playing was choosing to be a glass cannon.
This is my purpose.
The same goes with all characters in this game. If you want a certain playstyle, build it. BL3 has options. Unlike games before BL3 in the franchise, there's very little in the way of guardrails to get you to do a certain thing on a certain character. Like, we don't have a pistol and sniper boosts on Zero, SMG boosts on Maya that mean that you're at an automatic disadvantage if you use other guns. That's not a thing here. The most they do in trying to force you to do a certain thing is Moze has a lot of synergies with Splash, and Zane has a lot of synergies with Gun. But that does not mean you cannot do other things, even on those characters. Because they do other things as well.
Show me your proof. Hi, my children. Families to the hunger righteous.
Pet's got that one for me.
I will see you again, Valkyries, when the death song begins to sing.
Those are advanced
Do you see the Pet tank one next? Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Mind explaining how to increase damage for the Hunter Seeker. So the Hunter Seeker, the bullets do not benefit from grenade damage. They don't benefit from gun damage. They're bullets, but they're not ones that you fired out of your gun, so they don't get your gun damage. But, global damage boosts. All the stuff I pointed out earlier when I said, hey, this says damage, this says damage. All that stuff works on it. They can crit, so crit boosts work on it. They get bonus elements, including next to mags. So that's an option as well. But like URAD, ASE 50s, they get all those. They get Guardian Angel. Since they are bullets, they can trigger things that happen from bullets. So like, for example, they can Eraser on Zane. They can Short Fuse on Moze. They can crit through Megavore on Flak. They can Indiscriminate and go through Ties That Bind on Amara.
Like your enthusiasm, Beast.
Each character has a way to get some extra value out of Hunter Seeker. It's just one of the best grenades. Because it's mechanically very, very good. Fair about Amara, choose a great amount of choice based on situation and the entire skill tree for melee. Near to entire tree, I think it's a waste because I never played melee. Only thing I like for Amara is blocking enemies midair, helping me while killing. Well, that's 3 of her 4 trees, Gibson, have things that say melee in them. That does not mean they are melee trees. Now, the green tree has more of a focus on melee than the others do, but she's got 4 trees. It's got 4 trees. And melee isn't the only thing boosted in those trees. Like, the first tier, the green tree has one of the most impactful boosts for gun builds in the entire game, that being personal space. Clarity is a good heal in that tier. Samsara is a good heal in the tier below that, also gives good amount of gun damage. Mindfulness is one of the biggest move speed increases in the game. Vigor as well. That's all non-melee stuff in the green tree. And then the purple tree splits its time between being a melee tree and an action skill tree. It's incredibly good for action skill stuff as well. Red tree has one thing that references melee, but otherwise has some important stuff for your gun builds and for your status effect builds especially. Blue tree does a bit of everything. It doesn't have anything directly for melee, but it does have things that benefit melee as well, which is how BL3 design goes. You know, very rarely does a skill tree tell you this is what this skill tree is for. And usually, when a tree does, it's bad. Like, Flak's purple tree doesn't even really try to do anything other than shield interactions and pet stuff. And it doesn't do those things particularly well. And it pigeonholes you into losing a lot of your versatility, which is Flak's strength. So, it's bad. But the other trees don't have that problem.
Accelerating.
Hey, how intrusive the Terra looks on screen. I mean, a lot of people say that. I don't know. It's not particularly intrusive to me. Just kind of learned to tune it out. The sound is a little annoying, I guess, but like, I don't know, it doesn't bother me that much.
The thrill of the hunt.
Could just be me though. Could be me being used to it. Good job, Pet. This build, and I put my difficult decision choose to continue the Mara Try 5. My character I've discarded. It's fun looking Skag looking chaos tanking. Yeah, and you can do this with like it's a very popular gun build strategy to just get a Red Fang with stats that benefit the types of guns you like using, and then just have your Skag run around tanking for you while you shoot everything stress-free. Like, you can adapt this to whatever guns you feel like using. And it's less indicative of a build than it's just like one thing you can plug into any gun build you want to use. Sure, you've gotten used to it to a greater degree than most of us. Yeah, I use Terror a lot.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Sick. Takes all.
A little sloppy, but
This takedown for thee.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Help.
might be a light sensitivity thing. Could be, could be. I'm definitely a huge proponent of, I want them to have low VFX sliders. For like every game. If a game releases in 2023 onwards, it should have low VFX options. Here, I'll play my favorite Amara build for a little bit. But first I gotta pick up a food delivery real quick. BRB.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that Guardian.
I am back. I had a grocery delivery. Had to put some stuff away. I got some fresh asparagus. I got some chicken I'm gonna grill today. Got some beer. Got an ingrown hair in a delicate place that's paining me every time I sit down. You're welcome. You gotta yank that? I do. I do. I don't know where my tweezers are. Cat knocked them off my desk and I don't know where they went. Thanks for playing Hunter Secret. Forgot to send another one. Oh, you're good, please. You're good. There's lots of ways you can use it. But you can use it as a primary damage dealer in a lot of builds. Or as utility. It's great. Yeah, since I'm here.
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart.
So this is an Omara build where I am making everything I do damage. Reloading my gun does damage. My action skill does a lot of damage. My punches do a lot of damage, but I can also use them animation cancel. I can shoot my face puncher for a lot of damage. Throw a fish for a lot of damage. Weaker enemies even die from being near me because of my red suit shield. This is my favorite Omara build. It is very visually, you know, intense with all the screen effects.
Ready to unleash.
But it's a world record level speedrun and build, so. Also, once again, proves the point that in Borderlands 3, at peak player power, the most powerful guns are the ones that behave the least like guns. It's not a gun game. Like, this Pestilence here is one of maybe half a dozen guns that are actually relevant at endgame in the gun slot. And we're talking relevant at endgame at a max capacity speedrun level. Most guns in this game are viable. This is like your turbo nerd, ridiculously sweaty, answering questions no one asked. And you're looking at like Pestilence, Lucky 7, Anarchy, Face Puncher, Blade Fury, Guardian Angel.
More crystals. Interesting.
And note that there's a couple absurdly overpowered guns that are known as absurdly overpowered, and accurately so, that are not included in that. Like, I didn't mention a Free Radical or an Unkempt Herald, and those guns are dumb with how powerful they are. Or a crit. That's because even weapons as powerful as that do not hold a candle to the efficiency of things like aggressively reloading a Pestilence. You have a better experience playing Flag. Sorry for asking so many questions. Never be sorry about that, Gibson. I enjoy answering questions. Like, that is that's kind of what this community was sort of built on around here. Like, I hyperanalyze, I build craft, I help out other people with build craft, and that's my whole thing. I'll never have to apologize for that. I think you would enjoy Flak. Now, I could have a bias there because I enjoy Flak a lot, but by way of Flak being able to do fucking anything build-wise, no matter what you like, Flak is capable of it. Whereas a character like Zane is a little more specific in what you have to be into. There's things you can't escape about Moze, even with her build diversity, about how she kind of has to function in certain areas. And Amara's my second favorite Vault Hunter. So everything I say about Flak, almost all of it also applies to Amara. Which is why I like her. I like playing modes. Can Flak do that? You know, funny you should mention that, Lizzie. When grenade builds were first becoming, like, super popular because, you know, me and Lazy were really pushing that hard at people, I made a Flak grenade setup that I just called Grenade Moze, and I named my pet Iron Cub. So, yes. Flak can play Moze. Good chance to send the most familiar reason earlier. Yeah. Do it right now. I'm not speedrunning. Actually, which save is it? Hang on, let me figure this out. I think it was this one. I think it was this one. Think. Sure it wasn't BBC. BBC's the copy. Yeah, you're welcome. Or you consult Iron Cup like that. How about Grenade? BL2 is addicted to the fastball with Axton. So the fastball is also good in this game. It's been underrated, honestly. But BL3 has a lot of really, really good grenades. And grenade builds are one of the most powerful things you can do in this game. All characters, all four, have viable grenade builds. Although I would say that, Flak and Moze are the best at it, with Zane being the least proficient at it, but all four Vault Hunters have viable grenade builds. It's hard to say who's better at it between Flak and Moze, but those two are real good at it. Part of why I try to slip me playing this build into every stream now is because I want to stay in practice, because one of these days I am gonna speedrun again and try to improve record, because I want to get sub 17 TGTT in the Amara category, because Flak and Zane are sub 16, Amara and Moze are both single-digit seconds off of sub 17. It's gonna be a bit of a grind to get there. You know, it's kind of strange. Zane has grenade immunity, Mo's entire trigger explosion not. No one should have it. We don't know why they gave that to Zane, other than making his gameplay even simpler. They just had some weird commitment to making Zane as brainless a character as possible with post-launch stuff in this game. It's really weird. I hate it. But no one should have splash immunity. No one should have it. Even if they did give it to Moze, though, because of how a lot of her stuff works, she would still die to her own damage. No one should have splash immunity, though. I want to make that very clear. It's situations where you give yourself immunity to any sort of damage should require some sort of investment. Like, for example, in this build, I'm immune to radiation damage because I'm using a red suit, which takes up my shield slot, a very competitive item slot, and because I have limited the ways I deal damage. I mean, I can't inflict anything else directly. The way I'm doing corrosive is from my action skill or from a skill that is triggered by hitting with my radiation grenade. So, like, yeah, I'm safe from rad damage, but because I built for it, not because I just took a skill point for it. And we can see the effect of them giving Zane that splash immunity. It just dumbed down Zane's player base as a whole to the point where your average Zane player does not know most of what their kit does anymore. Because all they know to do is duct tape mod, spam Mantis. That's it. And that's not their fault. The design leads you in that direction.
But though our fallen masters paid the bloody wage, your greed unbarred the door. Destruction walks.
A direct example of that. You'll hear a lot of Zane players complain about getting in and out of Fight for Your Life. Zane has way more tools for doing that than those players would like to believe. To the point where I think the only character who legitimately has a Fight for Your Life problem is Amara, and even then, she's got ways of getting around it too. The Zane's got so much in the way of, like, raw gun-relevant stats in Tree that you don't really need to optimize too much to just perform at, you know, the floor of what would be endgame capable. So as a consequence, Zane players, as soon as they go to other characters, they're like, why am I not doing damage? It's because they haven't taken any damage boosts on their gear. They'll use the same guns they used on Zane, which will usually be mediocre choices, like a Hellwalker or a Light Show, which are decent guns, but nothing fantastic. They'll use stuff like that, and then wonder why they're not doing damage, because, you know, you have to be more discerning. You have to know more of what's going on, and it is not the fault of those players that they don't experiment. Because, one, some of that info is stuff the game doesn't tell you anywhere, and two, Zane wasn't always a completely mindless character. Zane used to have the most depth back when the game first came out, and they just kind of slowly patched that out.
Thanks, guys.
I'll go take a shower after dinner, give a chance to flag. Gave me so much curiosity, thanks so much. Yeah, of course, Gibson. Always happy to chat. Hope shower and dinner go well. What? Shower wouldn't go well. You get what I mean. Well wishes, etc., etc. Yeah, I gotta practice this. There's gotta be a more optimal way of doing this. I'm basically just praying this entire time that I don't catch a stray before Samsara can heal me. I don't like how glassy I am here. Try to eat dinner in your shower. Good and well. Wouldn't go well. That sounds like a challenge to me. Shower goes well because try not to drown. Listen, I'm incredibly bad at not getting shampoo in my eyes, so I'm just kind of bad at it. Like, I hope the shower goes well. Maybe I'm projecting. That one's on you. Bad at not getting water up my nose. I feel seen by that. I don't have the same problem, but it's in like the same family of people question our ability to be functional adults in society. I can feel the side-eye vocal. I can feel it. Not bonking me out of the... Almost called it a circle. Borderlands player, no basic geometry challenge. Difficulty impossible. I really botched this room. I need to practice this one too. Woke up this past Saturday, my hot water heater turning into Old Faithful in my garage. That was fun. A manga. It doesn't sound fun. Ooh, I think I like that line better.
That must be the source of the energy signature.
In that room.
Go in, Vault Hunter, so we may get a reading on whatever's inside. Yeah.
So it must be.
Bad fish throws. I'm so fucking good at video games. Last one for my wife, just put dye in her hair. Oh no. Did it ruin it? No, she just washed out with cold water. Oh, okay. Okay, that's something.
Reveal your secrets, Crystal. Back off.
I need to practice this fight more. 'Cause there's like some way better tech I could be using for a bunch of these phases. I just haven't really put my nose to the grindstone and done the thing yet, you know? Of course we get a good teleport in practice. Obnoxious. Like, look how fast this room is when you get that set. Like, I never get that one in an actual run.
I've got something for that.
So this is what, 3v something? That Scourge? $336.
Well done, Vault Hunter. For efficiency, I've created a form to take notes when you go
Ugh.
on missions. Now I can check off the box that says takedown of otherworldly automaton. There, I've checked it off.
Yeah, not good. That's where my time is not present for the sub 17. I just need to improve my Scourge. Yeah, that's my favorite Amara build. Okay, back to punching things. Gonna be storming soon, it's roaring at me. Yeah, it was storming pretty bad here last night.
A robotic beast master. A robotic beast master.
I'm gonna try this run with I'm gonna go back to Unforgiven and I wanna try sliding a lot. Like a lot. We'll see what happens.
Ready for a fight?
I'm already used to the other movement speed. We need the rain in these parts.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower
It's
levels.
it's just
Make
a
your way there
regular
and be
dry
ready for
hot
some
day
heavy
today.
resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
I enjoyed the rain while it was here. I had hoped it would deter some of the fireworks use, but I wasn't really lucky. Oh yeah, we can just shoot the Unforgiven.
This is noted. Invincible.
June is very dry. Would you say that means we had a perfectly dry J word?
Where's the Vault Hunter? Take them out! Bruce Gate!
Huh?
Eat the tendons first. It's good for your beak.
Oh, is that reference too old now?
Get the dogs out here!
Time prevent Grandpa. Oh no. Back in my day. Something something. Bootstraps.
Deal with these.
No, I done barreled myself. My kill just got stolen. Unbelievable. Unforgiven seems pretty consistent. Like, my hypothesis here was sliding more would make the Unforgiven scale up even better because the crits on the static charge chains and the crits on the ASEs on those would become a little more dominant. But, like, that's a theoretical thing because Guardian Angel makes everything do more damage and can still crit. It's just you're more likely to get hollow points with an Unforgiven because things that don't die to the regular damage are definitely going to die to the crit damage. That makes sense?
Swoop and tear.
The end is nigh. Time to search thy soul.
Gender appropriate bootstraps because we wouldn't want you working by expressing yourself. Of course, of course. So we're gonna shoot the Unforgiven? Ah, yes, yes, yes. We can just do that. I can do this. I can do this. I can do that. Oh.
Attack.
Thou art lacking.
God, I can't slide. Ow. That saved me. I mean, I don't actually need you to do that. Yeah, I do. I lied.
Thine hopes up.
Vaguely in the vein of what you were, you know, joking about there, Jay Bridge. It just reminded me of, you know, people of a certain age and wealth category being shitty. You see that
Racks up my sleeve.
on the Hellhole site, the world's richest crybaby was signal boosting a Nazi account that was suggesting that people without kids should lose the right to vote.
I will see you again, Valkyrie, when the death song begins to sing.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Lot to unpack in that sentence, right? And before anyone says, they throw the word Nazi around. No, this account has literally tweeted out memes of Muslim people being murdered with a swastika in the forefront, like in the foreground. Like, it's pretty blatant.
Pocket racks.
Really are scared for the white race. Like, no one wants your shit. We just want to exist, man. Like, but it is further proof that to those with privilege, equality feels like adversity. Being forced to acknowledge the existence of people in categories other than ones you fall into yourself. Having to engage with those people in ways other than taking rights away from them, you know, it scares those people. Okay, we'll do that when you have to pass an IQ test to have the kids. they never think through what they say, do they, Raid? Like, also, maybe your kids have to, you know, want you as well, because this opinion was signal boosted by a billionaire whose daughter wants nothing to do with him. He has a bunch of kids that hate him, but... And of course, when pressed on that matter, apparently, what Bro had to say about that was, quote, "You win some, you lose some." Quote. Apparently that applies to, like, relationships with your children, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. That's fucking hilarious. Twitter has the tech to find and ban these accounts. They have to operate in Germany, for example. Yeah. Like, it's funny. In Germany, all this Nazi shit, you can't do it because they don't tolerate it. They're like, we're never going there again. But, like, in the US, we have presidential candidates openly embracing these people and stuff like that. It's interesting. It's interesting. Push the break for anyone else. My ISP was just being fucky wucky for a minute, so it could have been that, Gage.
Pride goeth before shitting the bed.
I guess Unforgiven's also interesting here because the reflects are being boosted a little less, but the ones that crit are being boosted way more. Broke for me and other streams checks while internet was fine. It could very well be Twitch shitting the bed. That are you? No, you're stupid. Okay. I walk into today, I thought I hated me, couldn't even tell you how absolutely shit I feel about myself. Well, that's the thing. In this particular case, this particular child has beef with her dad just being terrible, but because said dad is also, you know, making money off of being openly transphobic, he's very easily able to dehumanize his own kid. It's that simple. What I missed? Nah, just talking shit about Elon. Trash can of a human being, signal boosting Nazi accounts. You know, the usual. That was a satisfying hollow point. Gotta sort of learn how to be able to speedrun, maybe playing a lot more of that game in the near future. Ooh, are you looking at, which category are you doing, Gage? Are you doing, any percent? You doing speed mod? Any percent restricted? Nice. Very nice. It's a fun run to watch. It seems very frustrating, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Fly!
Pretty big issue when it comes to Elden Ring compared to the other Souls games. What's that? As a Tesla owner from pre-launch showing us how batshit crazy he is, never buy another one. Yeah, like, there's a reason why Tesla keeps him away from operations. Which sucks 'cause I love the tech. Yeah, sometimes it's unfortunate you can't fully extricate, issues with certain human beings from ventures they're involved in. It sucks when that happens. Steph's been helping me set up stuff, but instantly having some issues. He's not available the moment my learnings come to a halt. That's tough, yeah. It's one of those things, you're gonna, before you even realize it though, Gage, you're gonna hit that point where you know enough that you can then teach yourself more. Obviously, there's going to be minor things that someone as insanely experienced and knowledgeable as Decepticus is going to be able to tell you. Like, I don't think anybody knows more about the BL3 any percent restricted category than Decepticus and Garwood. But yeah, like you pick up things quickly, sooner than you think. You're going to get to the point where you can just teach yourself shit. Expect from a rich white kid from South Africa whose family had ownership of Emerald Mine and advocated for ownership of black people. Don't ever forget that. Interviewed a guy who he fired twice. Now this wouldn't happen to be the disabled employee who Elon made fun of on Twitter and then now owes several $1 million. It wouldn't be the same person, because that would just be funny. If you combined every area, the other games be as big, it's different, more enjoyable for me, like segmented. Oh yeah, you don't like the open world? Yeah, no, like open world is a coin flip. Sometimes it can enhance the experience, but sometimes it does make things feel like a little too directionless. Like, I've heard this feedback before from, like, some very hardcore Souls players, Jacqueline, and they point out that, like, having to do certain things in a certain order can sometimes enhance the experience. Like, early game of Elden Ring, once you're super knowledgeable about the game, for example, you can just go to a late game area, pick up this item you don't need to kill something for, and then you just brutalize the game instantly. And it's not like, hey, I need to kill this boss to power up to kill this boss. Like, it's just not like that. Whereas the Souls games are like that. Factory visit, ask a question to random chairlift operator. Kid didn't know. Fired on the spot. A couple weeks later, factory calls him. Can't find a qualified chairlift guide. Next visit a couple months later. Sees him. Didn't have fire you. Fires him again on the spot. Like, here's the thing, and this is something we all need to understand so we can step out of this make-believe fucking world where people think where wealth means success or intelligence or aptitude. Billionaires have a near unlimited ability to do good. They could solve all the problems in the world instantly, but they go around doing shit like that. And there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Can't be done. Of course, you have varied degrees. You have people like Bezos's ex-wife who actually does humanitarian shit with her money from the company that she helped build, which is pretty cool. But still.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
But he posts memes, so he's just like us. Yeah, he posts memes and smoked a joint with Joe Rogan. Normal guy, right?
Really? Distract them.
Like, we see how genuinely fucking stupid these people who are or claim to be billionaires are with, you know, the dumb shit that people like Musk, like Zuckerberg, like Bezos, like Trump all do. Yet there's still this underlying societal belief, this bias that people who have all this money and could solve literally all the problems in the world, but just spend their time being assholes. There's this belief that they're better. Like, no. Ooh, that was a good one. Good punch. Another good punch. Oh. Bad slide. Love a bit of Borderlands. Hey, me too.
You have my gratitude. Strip them bare.
Just need a bit of Groundbreaker. Just a bit. Just a crumb. Okay, you dying should give me enough. Okay. And as long as I don't get hit by some dumb shit, which I will. I missed. Have I mentioned I'm really good at video games?
Pocket rats. A takedown in the service of death.
There we go.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Please, sir, may I have just a bit of Groundbreaker? Just a bit. Just like a crumb. A morsel. A tad. Looking forward to 4 when if it's definitely happening. It's just no announcement, and I'd rather they keep it that way for a while. You know, let them cook. Let them make sure it's good. I want them to take full advantage of stuff like Unreal Engine 5. I want them to make sure they have a wealth of content. I want them to optimize the game. I want them to not do Diablo 4. Just let them cook. Let them cook. I know people don't love the idea of having to wait as long between main series entries as we did between 2 and 3. People don't want to do that again. I get it. It's hard to wait. But, like, look how much content we got in 3, right? I'd say that's worth the wait. And then with 3's content cycle, we got a bunch of free content. We got 2 seasons of paid content. Like, let them cook. Get it right first time. Yeah, I like it's one of those weird places to be in, right? I am a big fan of when a developer can do a good post-launch cycle and fix problems people have had while also making genuine improvements to a game.
I've missed you, girl.
Comeback stories like No Man's Sky, Fallout 76 went from being considered trash tier games that actively upset people to like very well received now in 2023. Solid player bases, good updates, just well received. Then there's games that had their post-launch glow up, but they like the goodwill had evaporated and it never really saved them in the eyes of people. Like one of my favorite games, Godfall. Awesome game, had a very mediocre launch. They did just a series of banger free post-launch updates and really overhauled the game into something unique and awesome, especially if you enjoy looters. But by the time all that stuff happened, a lot of people had moved on, so they just don't give it the time of day. And then there's games that launch in a shit state and that functionally can't really be saved, like Redfall, like Gollum, which the studio closed on that one, lol.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower level.
Spent at least a year alone on UI? Yeah.
Heavy resistance.
Fallout 76 such a disappointment at launch? Yeah, but I can't think of anyone who liked that game when it came out. It did none of the things people wanted from a Fallout game, and the things it tried to do differently, they didn't even work well. Like, it was just an embarrassment. But now, in 2023, after years of hard work from the devs and, you know, taking into account fan feedback, they actually made it into a game that is broadly seen as worth playing. Hope not the same for Starfield. Starfield's one of those games because of stuff like 76, and because how Bethesda launches usually are, I didn't have much of an interest in, but like, after that info dump, that half hour or 1 hour, however long that was, showcase they did, I think I'm interested in Starfield. I'm keeping my expectations very low, but like, I think I'm interested. If it does even half of what they've promised, it'll at least be an enjoyable game.
Pocket rats.
French stream from day release. Best of luck. Hopefully it runs well and stuff. I'm more towards the area of avoiding like streaming games day one. Sometimes I'll make exceptions. Obviously, a LANs game comes out, I'm streaming that before day one, if I'm fortunate. I'll be streaming Remnant 2 day one, did Resident Evil 4 day 2, but like, with 2023 releases, it's, you know, if you structure your schedule around, even outside of streaming, just playing the game, and it doesn't work on the first day, that's a great way to build permanent bad will towards the game, you know? We've had some really rough launches this year. Even games that I've enjoyed and think that are good games, like Jedi Survivor, I think is a good video game. It ran like absolute dog shit. And it's the first time in years that I've truly considered refunding a game. I didn't do it, and I'm glad I didn't, but I considered it. That game ran like such shit for the first 4 patches that it actively upset me. And I know that ruined the game for a lot of people. I stuck it out and I ended up enjoying, but there's always the risk of stuff like that happening, you know? How I feel about Hogwarts Legacy? I have zero interest. I do not like where the money goes from supporting that IP at all, because the the author, the owner of that intellectual property, has openly said that royalties she gets from that intellectual property directly go to fund hate groups. That is not like it's out there. She has openly stated the money goes to hate groups. So like, I don't fuck with it.
Distract them.
The heavens strike at thee!
What a weird thing to publicly state. The crazy thing is, there's a market for it. Some people make their entire, internet footprint just being really weird. JKR is a huge transphobe, but proud about it too. Like, she sees it as a marketable thing, and disappointingly, it is. But doesn't mean I need to, no matter how much, everyone around my age, younger millennials, older Zoomers, we most likely all had that IP as part of our childhood. That doesn't mean that I need to help fund persecution of a marginalized group of people. So, it wasn't exactly difficult for me to not purchase that game. That's just how I feel about it. If you feel otherwise, you do you.
Fight for all!
Game doesn't even look good. It's so weird how all transphobes last onto it. Well, you had a lot of people, in response to respectful requests to boycott or at least not stream the game, you had a bunch of people going out there and aggressively being like, well, now I'm gonna buy 2 copies. And it's like, how weird are you that you only are interested in something because you know it harms someone else? Like, really? That's really fucking weird. That doesn't seem like a good use of your time. Or money. But like, alright, bro.
The Valkyries couldn't end my hunt.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
With Gage, even ignoring the social aspect just doesn't look interesting. Yeah. Please excuse my stupidity. Only 2 hate groups I'm aware of and can't think she's admitted to giving money to them. There's a lot of hate groups out there, please. She has openly stated her support for several anti-trans hate groups that operate, most of them out of the UK, but some of them elsewhere.
Distract them.
Like, it's not a secret because she doesn't want it to be. The quiet part is just out there out loud. Honestly, don't know why people hate so much, because some people can't ascribe value to anything in their own life without tearing someone down first. They need to involve themselves in, personal parts of other people's lives, and they need to feel like they have some sort of creative control over the existence of other people because they can't find any value in themselves. It is projection because they know they're fucking pathetic and they want to make it everyone else's problem. I have to imagine someone who cultivates hate for marketing is a lot more dangerous than someone who does it out of simply being ignorant, because the first kind enables the second to an extent. Well, yeah, the first one will cause more of the second. That's the point. That's why there's so many grifter types who go all in on various forms of bigotry, because it sells. Because there's money in it. That's it. Confused why the game would be made in the first place, be associated with WB, and all this is public knowledge. The sad thing is, the game made over $1 billion, and that's exactly why it was made, because it's guaranteed to make money off of an intellectual property that has enough staying power across multiple generations where you could slap that on fucking anything and it sells. You could make Harry Potter butt plugs and they would sell like hotcakes. But also off of the controversy. It sells, as we just discussed. So that's going to make money too. But the game made over $1 billion. In part because of the controversy. Because of the shitty politics of the creator of the IP. And then in part because of the reactionary people who just want to feed hatred. So the people who, you know, counter the boycott by buying extra copies of the game and shit like that. Because those people too. Generally bought the game without any knowledge of prior events, maybe I'm just culturally ignorant. And that doesn't make you culpable or a bad person or anything, forever. I want to make that clear. Like, you just bought a video game to play a video game, and you know, that's normal. It's entirely possible that if certain things aren't present in your feed, or if you aren't particularly connected online, or you have no personal stake in the IP beyond knowing that it exists, yeah, it's flat out likely that you wouldn't know all that shit. One of the devs of the Hogwarts game turned out to be a legit literal Nazi. That I don't know about. I didn't hear about that. If so, yikes. But it's the first time hearing. People don't know, people don't care. WB also let Ezra Miller see the Flash. I don't know, they're just unfazed by that shit. Could be. Could be. Any gamer should be able to buy a game without having to worry about this kind of shit.
Distract them.
So, let's dig into that. That's like a tricky area, because there's two ways people will go with that sentiment. That core sentiment is something everyone can agree on. But there's two directions people take that. One, which is, yeah, people should just stop complaining about it. It's like, The way I like to take it is, hey, maybe video games shouldn't come at a human rights cost. Like, maybe they shouldn't enriching people like JKR and Bobby Kotick and, you know, maybe things like transgenocide and workplace sex crimes shouldn't be the price of our entertainment. That's where I go with it.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
You know what? I missed my punch. Let me punch you. Okay, that worked. Punch. I guess I really don't understand Everwall. If people hate on anything, doesn't affect them or their family. Because they're pathetic, please. It's as simple as that. Some people can only feel important when they're making someone else's life worse. That's all it is. It's no deeper than that. Some people are incapable of feeling like they take a W anywhere in their life unless they are making someone else take an L. That's it. It can all be simplified down to that. Let me punch you. It doesn't knock you back when you go down, so I can do that. Ouch. Stop shooting me. I'm trying to punch you. It makes sense why you're shooting me when I put it that way, but stop it. Let me punch you. Ow. It's not going well. Let me punch you. It's so hard to punch this boss. Do the brain case and stagger him for a bit. Yeah, it's just, I know I have overkill, so like, I don't want to one-shot him. Because like, if I crit the brain case and hollow point it, then it just dies. I don't have that much overkill. Oh, well, I died anyway. We run it back. We run it back. There's a dots UTD. I'm not doing any dot stuff right now, so just normal stuff that's happening as I play. For a game that has a billion guns, it's almost like you don't need any of them. That's true in Injustice. It's true. Thank you for the tier 2 for the 16 months loading screen. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Qua.
Qua to you as well. Thank you, thank you. Much as it pains me to say this, if you want to avoid buying anything to support some sort of fucked up cause somewhere down the line, you'd have hard time buying anything. Yeah, as Boom said, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. However, that does not mean we should not make an effort. Because the second you give up on that is the second it all gets worse. Right? If all these corporations don't have to at least give the outwards impression of humanity, then they just get worse. Some fights are worth losing, right? Next time I'll shoot the boss to stagger it. Just hope I don't get a juicy hollow point. Back aim. Your setup look like this build? I can go over that. Shoot the air to get rid of overkill. True, true. So we're using a 150 over 90 Unforgiven. I should probably have a different anoint for situations like that boss fight. But can't be bothered. The important stats in this Unforgiven are the 60% blade for extra melee damage, but also the 432% crit damage, meaning that anything we do that is capable of critting is getting a huge boost from this. We've got a Beskar with a reflect part. Basically, this Beskar is one of the best defensive shields in the entire game, and if you get a reflect part on it, then it makes it so, after it's broken and refills once, then for the duration of, like, your session, you're completely immune to bullets. Like, normally you take damage from reflected bullets, but with this part combination, you don't anymore. It's just status effects and things that can't be reflected that hurt you. So it's really good defensively. And because reflected bullets are still bullets, they can crit, and they can have bonus elements attached to them, such as that AAC 50 there that can also crit. So an enemy can shoot us, hit themselves because of the Beskar, that'll crit, blow them up, kill them and all their friends. So really good defensively and offensively. Got a fish for emergencies. We got a corrosive stone static charge to beef up our melee and get those nice electrical chains that are also able to crit and carry our bonus elements. We got Bounty Hunter because Bounty Hunter with corrosive damage is just a really good general use class mod on Flak. Resist to revive the pet if we need to. Guardian Angel is for extra non-gun damage if we need it. And we can also punch with this. And Phase Puncher is there for ranged melee application and for fight for your life. Fair bit of luck. For this particular setup, a little bit. We basically need to get crits at the correct times when punching enemies. Or I need to actually start aiming for enemies' heads. Both, really. AC melee probably for bosses, but even then, with 90 is still going to be good for the static charge chains and resulting groundbreaker. Yeah, it might just not be worth changing this. Aiming in my shooter? Nah. Luck and a fish and a dream. Might not be 0, you can make it as close to 0 as you can get. Yeah. Consumerism of hate byproducts just the symptom. Instead of banning boycotting the products, we should outlaw the hate. Though I understand there's a lot of complexity there. Yeah, it's just like outlawing the hate is like, how do you even do that? It's like making hunger illegal. I mean, you can try, but that's just not how it works, right? Which is why, you know, all the laws trying to make homelessness illegal are just very clearly attempts at genocide, but separate conversation. 20% of the time, Megabore crits 100% of the time. Trust. It's true.
Pocket racks.
Stupid as it is, it would affect free speech. I don't think that's as much of a component as people want to believe it is. Like, if you're here in the States, things like, oh, the First Amendment, that's only for protection from consequences from the government. It's not actually you can say anything to anyone, anywhere, with no consequences at all. It's not how that works. But also, different nations have different rules on what constitutes free speech, and if you even have free speech at all. Hate speech is also not unconditionally covered under free speech. So, that's really not as much of a component.
Swoop and tear.
When someone says a slur, they should be expected to get the shit kicked out of them. See, that's true. See, that's the thing that the whole free speech argument is a deflection from, because people who go around saying all of this hateful shit, they only care about free speech because they want to be free from consequences of shitty things they say. That's the thing. If all of these so-called free speech advocates were actually for it, you'd hear them piping up a little more on things that they're suspiciously silent about. People like, you know, world's biggest crybaby Elon Musk, for example, presented himself as a free speech guy, and, well, we see how that turned out.
Racks up my sleeve.
Advocate for free speech, we deal with whatever happens after. Pretty basic concept, yeah. Like, there's some things you cannot say to people without expecting to get punched in the face. Should be that simple. Like, you run into me on the street, you want to call me a slur. Okay. Better have a good dentist. It's that simple. Their cooldown on Groundbreaker? No. It'll just constantly check whatever non-melee damage you've done in the last 10 seconds. Which is why this is cool, because this kind of interaction where we're punching with static charge, since the static charge is not melee, but we're getting it every time we melee, every punch we have some amount of Groundbreaker as long as there's multiple enemies. Now, because Groundbreaker itself is not melee damage, it doesn't build Groundbreaker. But we have bonus elements that can piggyback off of the Groundbreaker, and those can crit. And that, causing Hollow Point, will build up Groundbreaker. So we can, with a bit of good RNG, good positioning, good enemy density, we can get these snowballing, increasing chains of Groundbreaker damage with no cooldown.
Eat the tendons first. It's good for your beak.
Most simple Borderlands damage interaction. I mean, BL3 damage stuff isn't actually that complex. It almost always boils down to multiply. Multiply this by this. The parts where it gets questionable is where, like, knowing what is additive with each other. But as soon as you know that, it's all very straightforward until you get to, like, especially gross stuff like... You know, this is pre-add corrosive damage. And the whole mechanics of post-add crit, and then the fact that there's several different kinds of splash damage that don't visually differentiate from each other at all. And bonus elements have all sorts of different behavior, like this bonus element behaves entirely differently than this bonus element. Still cannot believe people are getting offended about the term cis. That shit blows my mind. It's just, you know, the people who will be the first to complain about outrage culture and looking for things to fucking complain about. If you know of all the thousands of little quirks, it's actually quite simple. Don't call me out accurately like that, Vocal. Don't do it.
Pocket rats.
Let me live in my bubble. Stick to understanding Elden Ring damage formulas for now. Isn't everything additive with each other in that game, basically? That was a really good hollow point, by the way.
Sky's fury.
What about V3? It's not real. Doesn't exist.
Exhilarating.
Everything's super simple. So yeah, like 20% damage means, hey, 20% damage. Yeah, I can see the appeal. Some buffs stack multiplicatively with each other. Oh, good punch, good punch. That's what I was trying to do that whole time.
You've always got my back.
I guess I just face punch you.
Death, this takedown
I'm not
for
punching
thee.
that.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter.
Hot take, Gross Zone doesn't do it all too much for you. Other prefix experiment with Flesh Melter, Knife Drain, Last Stand, Snowdrift. Yeah, I think you're right. Last Stand would give me the stopgap utility against Woden. That'd be pretty cool. Snowdrift, good quality of life. Although it would make sliding to get static charge boost slightly harder, so maybe not that. Flesh Melter makes sense. It's just I'm not sure how often Corrosion is getting the killing blow, you know? It should, in theory, be the most aggressively weighted after non-Ellie. But I'm not sure. I already hear sis used more often with a negative connotation than informational, so why wouldn't people be upset at it? Negative connotations such as... Like, follow-up question. Like, how do you differentiate then? The real answer there is you maybe shouldn't differentiate. But like, of course, because of the innate human need to boil down people into as specific categories as they possibly can, some sort of label needs to exist. Or does exist. Doesn't need to, but does. Using it to describe a person they don't agree with. That doesn't make sense, though. Most people anyone disagrees will be statistically, yes. Statistically, that's technically true. The whole cis things like force someone to believe in a god, you want the right to label yourself, that's fine. Should have the same right without being lived by someone else. But like that doesn't make sense though. The term from some of my LBGT friends, and always felt like they meant to say justices. I don't know, I can't say I've had that experience. I'm generally just asking you guys. You don't need to feel put on the spot or anything. We're having a respectful conversation about some difficult topics. Prefacing that. Yeah, as JM Lot said, cis is short for cisgender, which means you identify as the gender you were assigned at birth. It is a cleaner and less likely to slip into transphobic tropes way of differentiating between people who were still identifying as what they were born as and people who believe or identify otherwise, without going into like there's a conversation on calling someone, say, a biological male or a biological female. It slides really quickly into this whole not nice area of talking down to people who are trans. So, like, how else would you label, right? Textually, it's never used. I don't agree with that at all. It's not a positive or negative label. It's just a differentiating thing. Like, again, we could go into like the whole labeling people as arbitrary, and when boiled down to its simplest form, generally unnecessary. Once again, generally unnecessary. But like, when used as intended, it's not a disparaging thing at all. Usually use combination of het as in cishet to describe people who hate the... No, cishet is heterosexual. What? No. Cisgender heterosexual, that's what that means. It's not... It's just a classification. I'm cis that because I'm not trans and I'm straight. Don't commonly describe myself that way, but wouldn't take offense if someone did. Right. Like, I'm cis, I'm not trans. I'm also not straight, but
Ready for a fight?
like, for anyone keeping score, I'm pan. Not that it matters, but...
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower
Like,
levels.
miserable bastard is a series of adjectives that are, certainly an accurate descriptor of many men, several of whom claim the label proudly. Oh yeah, I was gonna try a different artifact. What was I gonna do? We're avoiding Sparkplug because I can't be trusted with that. I will use it too much. It will become a different build. We don't want to do that. Double melee as usual. I guess Flesh Melter makes the most sense. It's just, There's Knife Drain, of course. Yeah, Fleece, you're stepping into some territory where you are echoing some rhetoric that is based on falsehoods. In terms of what's going on at the moment, the political right across the globe is signal boosting a bunch of shit in an attempt to dehumanize people who identify any way other than this het, which is not a slur. Like, for example, this rhetoric suggesting that anyone in the LGBTQ plus community is behaving improperly towards minors. That is a talking point. It is statistically not true. It's not a thing that's happening. It's being presented as an issue by people of a certain political agenda. And because of the nature of media, and in particular internet media, signal boosting, that sort of stuff happens organically. And it gets to people in the middle, and it's seen as a legitimate issue. It's not. Statistically, it's just straight up not a thing. Now, separate issue, if you have some sort of problem with the expression of people, say, dressing up in drag, that's a you problem. That's not a people are doing anything immoral problem. And keep in mind that the people pushing that sort of rhetoric, presenting the idea of self-expression by the LGBTQ community as some sort of problem, those people are not presenting any policy to actually improve anyone's lives. Never forget that bit. Can I ask what's with the half-naked bondage gear at a family event? So, cite me a source. We're gonna do a little bit of deprogramming here. Show me a source. Show me a statistical trend. Oh. Show me an actual correlation between adults practicing self-expression in the manner you're describing, and doing so at quote-unquote family events. Show me that. if it's a problem, if it's a societal problem in the way you're saying it is, you will be able to provide some evidence of such, right? Like, you would be able to find me some evidence that there's, you know, that this happened at some series of major events, that it resulted in some criminal activities, some charges against anyone. Like, you'll be able to show me some sort of actual footprint this has left to prove that it's happening and not just a talking point used by conservative political commentators, right? I don't know what country you're in, people are completely naked at the beach. Doesn't Florida have nude beaches? The state of Florida? The one that is most proud of passing anti-LGBTQ plus legislation out of anywhere in the fucking world?
This is my purpose.
Florida, who, you know, has a governor who has this really weird presidential campaigning strat of trying to make Trump look bad by saying Trump supports rights for gay people. Really weird. Florida's all kinds of fucked. That's an actual thing. Oh, yeah. It's really weird. How do you take advantage of Groundbreaker most efficiently? So, a really good trick for deploying Groundbreaker well forever is ground slamming. Every source of melee damage in the entire game is capable of delivering Groundbreaker, right? So you could shoot someone with a Face Puncher, shoot someone with a Blade Fury, punch them, throw a Fish Slap at them. It can all deliver it. But uniquely with ground slamming, it's the only thing that is able to apply Groundbreaker to multiple targets at once. So, like, what'll happen is, let's say you hit an enemy with a Stinger Nova, which is melee damage, it's AoE. Only one enemy will actually receive your Groundbreaker damage. But if you ground slam, every enemy receives your Groundbreaker damage. It doesn't divide it between them or anything. They will all take the full damage. So, like, if you shoot a crowd, you shoot into a crowd, you do 100 damage, and then you punch one enemy, you're dealing 10 damage. But if you ground slam, and there's 10 enemies there, you've done 100 damage. Got my ass with the inventory? I do, Super. I just claimed it accidentally and didn't throw it out. Most positive way for me to look at this ideology is compared to a dying animal. It screams, lashes out, act wild until it dies, hopes to follow the same path. It's just a case of, this is something I've talked about a lot on stream, and usually in a more benign context, but the way the internet amplifies beliefs and discourse, it heavily leans towards negativity. Negative reception to anything and everything. That means things of a negative nature, a negative tilt, have more reach. Now, for people who do not keep up with certain topics, or certain topics simply don't cross their desk, they're not informed on certain topics because they might just not be culturally relevant to them, and that's perfectly fine. I don't expect everyone to keep up with every issue. For people who are unaware of certain things, it is far easier for them to fall in pits of misinformation, because it is the easiest shit in the world to spread misinformation on the internet. It is practically designed to do it, and that's why people make millions off of doing it.
Pocket rats.
missed that melee. Hang on. There we go. Good chain there. Found a couple on YouTube as I can't find the original vid. So, describe what you're talking about, please. I want to be perfectly clear what I'm trying to illustrate here. Describe what you are talking about. And Texas is a very close second to Florida in its hatred of the LGBTQ plus community. Yeah. And I would like to note that, once again, Texas and Florida share this common thread of citizens facing some real, actual issues, and instead of their elected officials doing anything about those issues, they're waging culture war.
Distract them.
That's a good crit. I needed to get Groundbreaker back.
1,000 gratitude.
I'm so surprised how much damage your grenade did as Flat, and remembered it was the fish. Well, Black is good with grenades too. You know, remember all the things that just say damage. Oh, well, that was an accident. Hollow pointing off of a rack. Ephraim Payne, how are y'all? Doing okay, Amber. How are you? We have once again arrived at the part of the stream where we're having deep talks. But you know, it's 2023. I just kind of expect that. Clear, I have no problem with the LGBTQ community, beliefs, weird public displays. Okay, that's the thing, please. It's an unconscious bias thing. That's where you're at right now. And then I want to make it clear that it's not an attack on your character, but is it okay for, let's see, for straight couples to kiss in children's movies? Go. Let's see how weird this, let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Is it okay for straight couples to kiss in children's movies? One of the clips is a man strapped to a bondage cross getting spanked. Okay, now, what's with the assumption that that is something that connects directly to being a member of the LGBTQ plus community, rather than an individual engaging in self-expression at a time or place that might not be ideal? How do those connect together? Same way it is for 2 men too. What's the point of that? Okay, no, we're just establishing something important. Some people, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Thank you for taking this the correct way. Some people who say the things you do, and the people who signal boost the thing we're discussing here the most, are people who do believe that it's okay in one instance and not in the other. There are some people who believe that simply identifying as LGBT means you're engaging in some sort of deviant behavior. There are some people who believe that. The whole conversation is predicated on the stated assumption that a pride parade is a family event. Are we sure? Do we agree to that premise? I'm not sure that we can, because I don't know about the event in question. Like, see, what's an equivalent here? If you as a family take a family trip to Vegas and you end up going through certain parts of the tourist attractions of Vegas, you're probably gonna see a titty in a not explicitly defined as adult area. Primary symbol of Catholic cross. Catholic Church is a man nailed to a cross. Yeah, not really family friendly either. But separate conversation. One close friend's gay. Adopt movies. Okay. Yeah. No. We'll tackle that in reverse order. One, yes, I completely agree, and I'm glad you feel that representation is important. Normalization of showing that people's families don't all look the same is great. And sexual orientation does not dictate your ability to be a parent. But the first part of that, and I want you to be aware of this bit, the whole, I can't hold this belief, I have X person who's important to me in this targeted category. That is used less, with less positive intent than I think you're using it. Like the whole, I can't be racist, I have a black friend, or I can't be homophobic, I have a gay friend. Didn't mean to come off like that. I know you didn't. That's why we're still conversing. Right? Just know that a lot of the stuff being said is weaponized in some harmful ways. And the core premises of some of the things you've expressed concern about are rooted in the bad faith stances and talking points of people who do hold fundamentally bigoted ideologies. So, once again, not saying that you do, but creating a Venn diagram, people who state having those concerns, and people who are bigots, it's a circle. With a little bit of, little sliver of, hey, probably just don't know. Because, once again, of how easy it is to program people passively to accept beliefs and ideologies rooted in hate. And once again, we discussed Texas and Florida as examples of that here in the US. Well, here in the US, you know, the political party that runs those two states, their entire platform is doing that. So it's not even just limited to this issue. As a German, seeing a lot of Americans yelling indoctrination is hilarious to me, and learn children pledging allegiance every morning in school. Vocal, as a German, how does it make you feel that, Nazi sympathizers are at an all-time high in the US right now? Because I know in Germany, you guys take that shit very seriously. But it's just kind of seen as, like, part of discourse here. Kind of disturbingly normalized. Talking lemon pledge, citrus pledge, or... A few years since I've heard lemon pledge memes. As a half Polish person as well, it's incredible. Oh yeah, say no more. Say no more. Yeah, Texas has its own pledge, and Texas and Florida have passed legislation where you are, for example, not allowed to educate anything that could, quote, make a student feel bad about their race. Now, they don't mean that in the positive way they pretend. What that is actually for is for erasure of teaching of things like slavery in America. Can't teach about that. So in Texas and Florida right now, well, not right now because it's summer, you have kids who are going through public school and being taught that African slaves were, and this is a direct quote, migrant workers. Migrant workers. Understand that. That's a problem with stereotyping, hence why I don't have a problem. Oh, this place, Fleece, you're slipping back into it. You're slipping back into it. Once again, I don't have a problem, but you know that but you just put right there? That is a disqualifier saying, actually, I do have this specific problem, which I ascribe to this group, which is not inherent to that group. That's the thing we're trying to get at here. It is an intentionally constructed trope to give people reason to passively latch onto these bigoted beliefs to target the LGBTQ community. It is not a real issue. The thing you were talking about, it is not a real issue. It is statistically absent. It's not a thing. You have been successfully exposed to this manufactured issue. It's not a thing. It's like how we all know that it's this incredibly fucked up trope, and I'll get into in a moment why people are able to just toss around terms like groomer and pedophile, and clearly anyone doing that doesn't know people have been through shit like that. But we all know the association formed once again by the political right with calling anyone who's in the LGBT community a groomer. You know, there's gamer dude bros who embrace that kind of talking with their whole chest. You know, there's entire states that do that. We're aware of the trope. That's statistically, it's not a thing. If we were to look for a category of people who are more predisposed to being caught doing shit like that, we should be looking at Catholic priests. Straight Catholic priests, specifically. I think the main takeaway here is to separate the action from the group. Yes. I'm saying, I know you weren't Fleece, but you are applying in the same way. The reason why I brought that up, you are applying the same thing. Hi, Kevin, you are a cat. You're applying in the exact same manner, something that cannot accurately be ascribed to a group of people. You are doing that. There's no correlation. It's like if I went up and I kicked someone in the balls right now, it'd be like saying, yeah, black men just want to go around kicking people in the balls. Like, you realize separating individual from group is pretty important before latching on to rhetoric like that could quickly spiral out of control and result in dehumanization of an entire category of people, right? Related to two, you're not listening here. You're not budging, and I need you to understand. That does not mean there is a correlation. It doesn't. Look at this cat. It's a classic tactic of the Nazis to dehumanize your enemies and the undesirables to be allowed to commit inhumanities against them. Yeah, dehumanization is one of the first steps of genocide. One of the early steps of the plan is getting the general populace desensitized to harmful tropes applied to a portion of the population so that they won't pay attention when you start doing worse shit to them. We are several steps into that plan, by the way, here in the US for the LGBTQ community. Several steps in, and they're not hiding it. Straight up, who cares? If it has nothing to do with you, isn't harming anyone, why are you upset by it, and see a video of someone expressing themselves that way, stop looking at it. The deflection from that we hear most often, Gage, is people be like, well, it is harming. And it's like, it's not, but that's why it's a tangled knot of stuff we need to have more discussions about. Pride Parade's been known to be over the top in their displays. This means what the LGBTQ plus community is all about. I have yet to see an abundance of this sort of display in any of the Pride Parades that I've kept up with, but yes, your core sentiment is painting a category of people with a brush because you saw one thing that didn't sit well with you for whatever reason is not the move. I don't get why we need to express that in public. Like Gage said, doesn't matter. You don't have to. That's the beautiful thing. There are things that every human being goes through that not every other human being is going to understand. For example, I can't claim to understand any of the struggles that a woman would have, because I'm not one. In no way, shape, or form am I one. I am a cis dude. There are specific struggles and experiences that I will never have and thus can never wrap my head around. Just like how I, as a black guy, have had some experiences that some of you could never truly understand. And that's just how the world works. People have different experiences. They have different things that are relevant to them, different needs in terms of what they need to express, and different areas in which they need validation, or a safe place in which to just kind of peacefully exist. You don't need to understand it. That's not the point. Can't even understand my own damn self sometimes. Relatable. Can't understand everything, willing to support and listen to what's being said regardless, and that's key. That's the attitude that I wish most people in the world held. And I do want to express appreciation for you guys. There's so many of you here that do think like that, and I think that's a winning feature. That is a winning feature just to have as a human. That was a good explosion. How carry so much? Be like me, overburdened with indifference. And when you put it like that, it sounds so depressing. Arrow Ace, I can barely understand people showing romantic affection for each other at all, so I'll go around and ask people not that partners. Right, like, people have different experiences. Everyone views the world through the lens of their own experiences, or the experiences of those in their immediate orbit, right? Or people who have had a big impact on their life. Of course, that means there's gonna be plenty of places where we don't overlap. And that's okay. Just, you know, live and let live is the takeaway there. And always advocate for the basic humane treatment of the people around you. It's that simple. Like by asking, what would Optimus Prime do?
Definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I think I'm like that with everything. No one will explain the whole public bondage thing. Please, we've been having this conversation the entire time. Like, you gotta latch onto this point, buddy. You don't need to understand. That's the key thing. It's not hurting anyone, and it is not a... Even if it was. Even if it was. Let's step into hypothetical land for a second. And I hate doing this. Even if it was. It's not a behavior you can ascribe to a very broad category of people. It's not something you can do. So, like, your understanding is always appreciated, but ultimately irrelevant. That's not what it's about.
You've always got my back.
I wanted to try to punch. I mean, going down to that fish was problematic. Still a half a mil static charge chain. This artifact is so busted.
Deal with these.
Expressive performance with costumes. Think of it as play in a theater. You aren't gonna like every play, and that's okay. Yeah. You know, cosplay is for a lot of people. Some people like doing historical reenactments, like Civil War battle reenactments, which, you know, I can't wrap my head around that, but some people like doing. Form of expression of their enthusiasm for certain things. Whatever. Ain't my business. First time in chat for the skill tree? Yeah, sure thing. Velocity. Give me a second, let me finish this fight first. I'm doing well. How are you? Oh man, I wanted to... We got a decent static charge chain there.
Pocket rats.
Okay. Surely we're gonna get it this time. We're gonna get the good punch. No, stop jumping, you asshole. Oh, I'll punch you. I had like nothing built up. Stop running. Oh, the pet's down too. Okay, this is why the res is goated. Whip out the res to revive the pet while we're still down. There we go. There's the good punch. That's what I was going for. I just wanted a one-puncher raid boss, you know?
That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Well, thanks for asking. A nice stream. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so skill tree is mostly standard from what you'd expect from a regular flak gun build, like couple anomalies, but that's the interesting thing about how flak skill tree is constructed. It's just so good for boosting different things that often you'll end up making choices that could support a bunch of different playstyles. So other than only 2 out of 3 Leave No Trace here, and then the weird Grim Harvest investment, this is like pretty standard for a flak red tree. Green tree, pretty standard. Max Rage and Recover, 2 Hidden Machine. I guess the weird thing is we take Self-Repairing System instead of Furious Attack. But other than that, very standard green tree. And very standard purple tree here, having, nothing. Anonymous, thank you for the 1337. I appreciate that. Let me check my dashboard and see if there's a message with that. So my alerts are scuffed. Come on, load. Chrome, please, load. Oh, no message. Thank you so much. Very leet. I appreciate it. And then blue tree down to here with the remainder of our points. Barbaric Yacht boosting the effectiveness of Spider Ant Scorcher's elemental boosts. And then we're just kind of getting key interactions here. I chose not to take Hivemind. Hivemind is really good defensively, but I also blow myself up a lot, so, like, I don't want the pet to go down when I blow myself up. Yeah, pretty standard skill tree. The gear is where it's a little more interesting. We're doing a Beskar with a Reflect part for functional bullet immunity. Also builds up a lot of Groundbreaker. We're doing ASC 50s because those can crit. So we're putting that plus Static Charge, and we're punching things in the face. Melee in this game can't crit, but Static Charge chains to nearby enemies can, and bonus elements from these 2 slots also can crit. So that's why we use an Unforgiven with a massive crit bonus and a Blade, and we are punching things so that the things piggybacking on our melee crit, and then we got all the benefits of those crits, including some big explosions. And some cool damage snowballing. Hey, the Grim. I have a hard time relating to people getting verbally bullied. It's a very strong feeling of, why does what anyone says matter to me? You're not a part of life outside of social setting. And I don't think that's an uncommon outlook, but for some people, it can hit to different degrees. Like, there's a difference between someone being, like, rude and someone trying to invalidate the concept of your existence, right? Like, there's different levels to it, and, at the end of the day, you never know what someone's been through. Different levels of vulnerability to different sorts of things, and at the end of the day, I think everyone deserves, like, a baseline amount of just respect as a human being. That's how I try to look at it anyway. And as I said before, understanding is secondary. Hey, Picardi, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad for viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you. Might just be who I am then, if you'll need to understand everything, if not most. For example, I'm not religious, so I want to understand why people do, and also so I'm not disrespectful. And yeah, I think that's a good worldview to have in general, trying to be open-minded and understanding things. Just know that there's some things that an individual can never understand. There's some experiences that just don't translate to another person's life, another person's ideologies, another person's values, and, like, once again, as long as it's not hurting anyone or trying to put anyone else in a position where they get less out of life, then that's fine. You don't need to understand. Just because I don't get bothered by people insulting me doesn't mean I'm fine with people insulting other people. Yes, that too. I get angry on other people's behalf a lot more easily than I get angry on my own behalf. Now that's a product of, like, life experiences. I was an angry teenager. I don't like the feeling of being angry. It's a bit different than, like, outrage on behalf of someone else. So I try not to be, but definitely I do not hesitate to jump in for other people. Thank you so much for the $50, Picardi. I really appreciate it. Holy shit. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. That goes a long way. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That's the quote Markiplier, you do you and I'll do me. We won't do each other, probably. Should make that a quote. Good guy, Mark. Classic. Is Borderlands 3 your favorite Borderlands? Yes. Mainly because I'm a build crafter. I'm the kind of nerd, I sit here and I look at skill trees for entirely too long. I look at two pieces of gear and I'm like, how can I get these to work together? And Borderlands 3 just has the most support for that out of the Borderlands games so far. The possibilities are near endless in this game. You can do so much. Play Diablo? Yeah, lifelong Diablo fan. One of the first games that I started putting like too much time into growing up was Diablo 2. And I enjoy Diablo 3. After, you know, Reaper of Souls expansion, the game really came into its own for like what I like. I think rifts are awesome. Thoughts on D4? I think D4 tries too hard to not be D3 to its detriment. Like, not having rifts? Why? Even if there are things you didn't like about D3, what do you gain from not having rifts, you know? So for me right now, D4 just doesn't have enough content to hold my interest. You know, I played it, I have a rogue at 70, and then I have a druid at like 50, and a sorceress at like 40. There's not enough game there to hold my interest. I'm hoping they add more content, because currently for me, Nightmare Dungeons aren't enough to like keep me invested. It's just, okay, once you've done everything one time, what do you do next? Chase the items that have a drop rate so low they had to have their existence confirmed on Twitter? Pass. Do the same Nightmare Dungeons again, but with arbitrary modifiers that count as difficulty that were clearly not balanced around all the classes? Pass, you know? So, I'm hoping they add enough to D4 to pull me back in at some point. I sit here all day till he gets our good items nerfed. I'd take that as a compliment. Cats or dogs? I love both. I have 2 cats. They are... Where are they at right now? One here. Kevin, you want to come say hi? He's just being lazy over there. Another 1337. Thank you, Picotti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm holding the down arrow after typing a lengthy message because the message disappears. Aww. Stream D4? No. A sort of bargain I made with myself to talk myself out of some guilt, because I really don't feel good about Activision Blizzard, especially in light of, you know, those the lawsuit the state of California pursued against them for, you know, sex crimes in the workplace and cover-ups of that. The whole thing sat really poorly with me. So I kind of just stopped buying Activision Blizzard products a couple years, and then D4 came around and I was like, all right, Diablo 2 was like a formative experience for me, right? It's one of the games that I kind of built my taste for other games on. Diablo IP is sort of special to me. So the bargain I made with myself was, all right, I'm going to play this. I'm just not going to give the game my platform now. Obviously, I'm not up my own ass enough to believe that I have some sort of impactful platform, but it helps me sleep a little bit better at night that it's a just for me thing and that I'm not signal boosting for a bunch of people that, you know, I didn't really want to give my money in the first place. That's the deal I made with myself. So I don't stream ActiBliz stuff. Blizzard always being shady, yeah. Blizzard being Blizzard. Unfortunate. Thanks for having such an open discussion today. I mean, you always do, and many reasons love your streams. Love having you, Fleece. And thank you for having a dialogue. I do appreciate that. Respectful? I'm glad you think so. I try to be, you know, I try not to further negativity where I can avoid it. And I try to be as understanding about it as I possibly can. hard sometimes, though, you know? As we discussed a little earlier. Technically speaking, ethical consumption isn't possible, but, like, I still think we should try. Because if not, the bar lowers faster. I feel like shooting a KSN. Got my KSN equipped? Where's my KSN? Oh, I made a separate save for the KSN. Where's that save? I'm gonna do a specific thing. Favorite Borderlands DLC? That's a good question. So there's a few I like for different reasons. Claptastic Voyage over in TPS is one of those that I really like because it has quality in every area it tries to do. Like, most Borderlands DLCs will go for one thing, like just story or just endgame, and then the rest will kind of be phoned in. Claptastic does everything well, which I think is pretty cool. Sorry for the Marcus spam in the background. I'm looking for a certain save. This one. I like the director's cut in this game. It's DLC 6 for the same reason. As long as we're not talking FLAC, I really like designer's cut in this game, because the additional skill trees for Amara, Zane, and Mose did a lot for build diversity. If I had to pick one from each game, I guess I would say, you know, Nox's Armory, Scarlet DLC, Claptastic, and Director's Cut for each Borderlands game. If I had to pick one from each. Playtime of those characters are real, like you played 14 days in each of them, it's copy-pasted. A lot of them are copy-pasted vibes. Some of them I do have that much time, but not that many of them. Like, I have enough saves that there's not been enough time since BL3 came out for me to actually have 2 weeks on each of my saves. No, a lot of them are copies. But I do have, in terms of my collective playtime across Epic, Steam, and PS4 on this game, it's over 7,500 hours. Because I played this game a lot. It sucks so bad. I enjoy playing WoW so much. The community is actually terrible, and Activision Blizzard speaks for itself. I feel really bad for Overwatch fans, because, like, not only is it Activision Blizzard, but, like, the IP is also just being driven into the ground. Scrolling through my main menu speeds up the memory leak that this game has. So yeah, my frames are going to be rough on this takedown. Sorry about that. But I'm realizing that the reason why I'm playing this save is because earlier there's reference that FLAC can be played like glass cannon-y. This is the build I'd say is the most like that. And, like, we have plenty of survivability tools, including just killing things before we take damage. Keep running the memory leak. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, my aim is not fantastic. I know. I have plus. The sound of the case, it's so good. No Borderlands game I didn't fall 100% in love with was the pre-sequel, just felt way too short compared to the other games, even though I love the game to loop, but I could do it way too fast. Yeah, pre-sequel's main thing is it didn't get to live up to its potential. Obviously studio closure, but also it being a spin-off. I don't think they were ever going to do as much as a main series game, so it was always going to have this perception of there's less here. But I like the pre-sequel for what is there. The skill tree design is really good. I like the innovation with movement. I like some of the content choices, particularly with the glitch rarity and with the arena design. I Thought that was cool stuff. Choppy. I assume the push for Borderlands' its own IP was in part because the TPS being received poorly. I think it's also just because creatively it is so different. Even if you just look at it narratively rather than from a gameplay angle, it's just too different to be called the same thing, if you ask me. Like, separating it out IP-wise gives them more creative opportunity to just do different things without, in theory, without the backlash. Of course, it didn't stop Borderlands fans from being like, but every Borderlands game did this. And they're like, yeah, that's why this isn't called Borderlands. But in theory, it was the play. However, I do think that Wonderlands being its own IP for whatever they want to do with it going forward remains a good thing because they can just... My game crashed. We saw that coming. They can just experiment. Did your overflow on that damage number? Is the BL3 remaining open without crashing for longer than like 3 hours? It just starts to destabilize really quickly. Like at around the 3 hour mark, your FPS starts dropping, and then at like the 5 to 6 hour mark, your audio starts cutting out. It's pretty wild. In Foil, they built in the vendor crashes to keep the game stable for shorter periods of time. It crits, you crit your processor. Just a posture check and hydrate mechanic. I can believe that. Favorite anime? That's a good question. So, like, I like a bunch of different ones. I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z, as a lot of people around my age did. I'm 28, so, you know, give or take 3 years, you probably watched Dragon Ball Z growing up. I watched Yu Yu Hakusho growing up as well. I like Naruto. I'm excited for Bleach Part 2 of 1,000 Year Blood War in 2 days. 2 days? 3 days? It's this weekend. New Bleach episodes. Pog. I never got into One Piece. I like Attack on Titan. It's cool. Thoughtful undertones there. Mostly like the basic stuff, you know? Once had the game open for 8 hours and had no issues because I was lucky. You have a supercomputer. Get it? Supercomputer? What about Death Note? I like Death Note. I like Death Note. I maintain that the first half is way better than the second half, but I think that is a popular opinion. In fact, you haven't mentioned the best is unacceptable. Which one's the best, please? Like Inuyasha, it seems it flew so low under the radar back in TV release days. It's one I never got into. Like, there were ones I was aware of at the time, like Sailor Moon, Inuyasha, that I just kind of never did. Pokemon? Oh, well, of course. Of course. I haven't watched the Pokemon anime in, like, in years, though. I play the Pokemon games. A lot. Yeah, I need to restart my PC to actually get my frames back. We can do a couple more takedowns at console FPS. It's fine. True gateway drug, yeah. The first video game I ever played, Pokemon Blue, on the bright green Game Boy Color. The year was 1999. We play Pokemon on stream? Yeah. I was actually thinking about it. I've done some Pokemon streams before. I streamed a playthrough of Shield. Yeah, I would stream Pokemon. Team building, and that's endless. I really enjoy Gen 9 competitive team building. It's pretty cool.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the
Soul
lower
Eater. Never watched that one, Dynamo.
Make your way
Never
there
watched that
and
one.
be ready for some heavy
Video
resistance.
released of the Hebrew voice actor for Son Goku talking about how he got the role, not knowing anything about the series prior. Really, genuinely a really heartwarming interview, seeing how much it shaped both his life and how the show and the character, like kids watching the show. That is something that I do want to see like more of, because
This is noted.
there are way more language dubs of anime than just, English and then original Japanese sub. And it is as culturally impactful, if not more so, even outside of like Western English speaking audiences. Like, I know Dragon Ball is huge with Spanish speaking audiences, because the dub for that is very popular. But the primary audiences for Dragon Ball are seen as English speaking and Japanese speaking. They should love whatever deity is relevant to you. Can we start hiring actual VAs again, not just famous actors? Please, voice actors are so underutilized and underappreciated. Like, don't get me wrong, there's some celebrities who are good, and I like seeing them from time to time in a voice acting capacity. Like, having Giancarlo Esposito in Cyberpunk Edgerunners was, like, really cool. I thought he was great for that. But as an industry, I do want voice actors to be the ones getting the work. So, like, I still haven't seen it. I plan to at some point, but things like the Mario movie, I don't really vibe with that as much. Like, you're just selling it on the big names, and you're kind of
Everywhere.
pulling the carpet out from under people who are trying to work and thrive in that industry. Jack Black can do whatever he wants, though. Yeah, he's another one of those. Jack Black is just... They'll be human. So I really like the Kaisen. That's what I'm using right now, Corrosive Kaisen. And this is my favorite SMG in the game. And it is one of two SMGs that I can comfortably say outperforms the Plasma Coil. You've definitely heard of the Plasma Coil. On flak. The Crit and the Kaisen are like gold standard for flak SMGs. Kung Fu Panda's proved he can voice act. Yeah, of course. Face when it isn't the Cutsman. Cutsman's sick. Cutsman's underrated. We should do some Cutsman content too. I don't think I've ever tried Infernal Wish Cutsman. I feel like that could go off. Does it work? Wish Two-Fang Cutsman? Like, you could also stack up Stackbot and then do a bunch of projectiles, because it wouldn't reset until one of them hits. So I feel like that would be good too. I want to do Cutsman content. You're supposed to be dead. That was rude. Well, since I played the Unearthed the KSN. Yeah. They gave it a small damage buff back. Well, more accurately, they kind of forgot to include the nerf one time when they were baking in some of the hotfixes into a patch, right? That's hurt some guns. Like, for example, the Woodblocker lost the buff it was given, so now it's back to being bad. Every platform except PS4, where it still has the buff for some reason. But the KSN, they just kind of left out the nerf one week,
Something bigger.
so it got unnerfed. Needle Gun's my favorite SMG. Needle Gun does not get SMG damage, so I don't count it. Just like how Bloodstar Beast gets AR damage, so I call that an AR. 1000% Lob exists again. I mean, Lob never lost its buff. Lob is still viable. Ever since it got that buff, Lob has always been viable. One of the reasons why the KSN is so favorable on Black is because, you've got Two Fang, and getting an additional projectile from a Two Fang shot means you get 2 extra hits because it's stickies. That might not sound like a lot, but with the amount of shots we're firing, that adds up to a lot more instances of damage, and that does give a little more consistency with Leave No Trace ammo regen, a little more cooldown with head count, and a lot more opportunity to trigger our other beneficial effects. The bird tickles my brain just right. It's so satisfying, isn't it? That's another thing. Doll guns just feel so good in this game. It's just gun. Yeah. Even tracking 2 Fang shots, I'm not counting. This thing's shooting way too fast for me to count. What does Needle Gun get? Just gun damage. Doesn't get a weapon type at all. Now, its innate debuff thing is V2, so it's additive with weapon type damage. So technically, Needle Gun just gets way more of that stat than other guns do. It just doesn't get a specific weapon type. Oh, that was a barrel.
Run, you weakling!
Another reason why this outperforms Coil is, of course, it can roll in every element, and Corrosive is a much more relevant element. No charge time, and no burst delay means you are far less punished for, like, weaving in melee and action skills and stopping and starting. Much more fluid gameplay. The crit has those same problems, except the burst delay. Oops.
All of you
There we go.
are weak!
I have the order memorized for this point. I used to have the first 30 shots memorized for Two Fang seeding. Used to. But I don't anymore. And the first 30 shots is not even a full mag of this, so wouldn't even really be useful. Now inventing Headcanon where the other SMGs don't invite Needle Gun to their parties. Oh, that's sad. That makes me sad. I run the bathroom real quick. I'm on PP%. Here, bit. Okay, I'm back. Hello. So I have 2 different KSNs here. Please don't tell me I've been using the wrong one this whole time. No, I was using the right one. I have a kill stack one, and then I have an X2 mags one. Use the X2 mags one for bossing.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Trying to bank my action skill.
Do you see me? Cupid, how are your last reps?
Easy.
A takedown in the service of death herself.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Good gun. Very, very good gun. And one of the cool things about this gun is it's base game. You might hear a lot of people talking about, you know, DLC power creep, especially when it comes to pistols and SMGs, which are 2 of the most powerful weapon categories in this game. And like they have a lot of powerful DLC showings. But like this is just base game, you know? Just reliable, comes in every element, just a good gun in basically any situation you can think of. Really big fan. Where do you get that? The dedicated drop source is Captain Trant at Mayhem 6 or higher. Pretty reasonable farm. Now, unfortunately, it being a variable element, variable fire mode, DAL SMG with different mags, it has a lot of part variation. So getting a good roll could be kind of difficult. Ideally, you want one that looks like this. So like the 18 mag is a lot more damage. You want ×1, you want fully automatic, and then you want the element that you're after. It's hard to get all those at once, but luckily Trant is not a bad farm in terms of how easy he is to kill. Better XP farm than Scrap Trap farm? Not really. Not really, MA, no. Am I always forget. I'm sorry. I'm streamer no brain so good. Since Needlegun's from cartels, imagine being shunned by the SMGs, led Needlegun to a life of crime, joining the cartel, and getting hits for them. Ooh, I like it. Farm them for hours. Yeah, Tron's very easy to just zone out and farm. Yeah, it's not too unreasonable. Get Sandhawk's another good one. One more run. I'll use Sandhawk on bosses this time. My connection is shitting out right now. I apologize for that. So optimally, we mob with the kill stack one, we boss with the next two mags one, or we boss with Sandhawk. I should use Bloodstar Beast for shielded enemies.
Elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Line up those rats! Ratches! Whatever! I'll think of them! Vault Hunter on perimeter!
So this SMG I'm shooting right now, it's an AR. It scales with AR damage. Because sometimes they mess up. Sometimes it's gotta be calculated, but sometimes they mess up. There's quite a few guns that have different damage sources than you'd expect. Like the Ion Laser is the only Maliwan assault rifle in the franchise. It's an SMG, but it scales with assault rifle damage, so it's a Maliwan assault rifle. The butt plug pistol is a shotgun. The sickle, as you'd expect, is an assault rifle, but the boom sickle is a shotgun. Oh, jeez. My aim is extra fantastic at low FPS. Chaos and Sticky's the same sort of curse that Torgue Stickies are. You know, maybe. I don't actually remember how Chaos and Stickies math out. Valid question.
Invincible.
I don't think so. I think they just copy the bullet with splash. Not 100% on that though. That would make the most sense. Because, like, they do have several instances of stickies that aren't quite stickies. Like, the Clairvoyance looks like stickies, but they don't act like stickies. Not really. Kaesin should be, like, the same. I was supposed to use Sandhawk there. Whoopsie. Sandhawk is so crazy on the setup. In this game in general. Can you believe that the Sandhawk is still slept on, chat? Like, there's people who will absolutely die on the hill of, they made the Sandhawk worse. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like, the Sandhawk is so good that a lot of players were not around when it was even stronger. Because this used to have 9 projectiles and cost 2 ammo per shot, and have more range. Mostly a thing of people not knowing how to deal with things using a lot of ammo. Yeah. It's actually worse, but still top tier. Yeah, like, the fact that you can do such a huge sounding nerf to this item, and it's still, like, one of the most monstrous weapons in the game. DPS-wise, it's absolutely ludicrous. Like, Sandhawk has enough damage, by the way. You can just use it on semi-auto as, like, a regular-ass sniper if you really wanted to. And it does well. That also solves your ammo issue. You mentioned Cutsman earlier. I've been sleeping on it since it got nerfed. Cutsman never actually got nerfed. Cutsman's only been buffed. The reason why the Cutsman fell out of favor is because Mayhem 2.0 hit. And we started getting more powerful guns. We got, like, the DNA, which is a sort of... not upgrade, not side grade, like a diagonal thing. Cutsman became less desirable because of other options we were given and enemy health in the game going up. It's still good. Strictly speaking, Cutsman in a vacuum is stronger now than it ever was. It just never got buffed. Right. It's like, we have better supporting gear that wasn't in existence before for the Cutsman. We have stuff like Maliwan Company Man, for example. Stuff like Revolter, you know, which obviously just makes it stronger. It never went down in power directly. Just the climate of what people use in the game changed. And that kind of happens when you slap 10,000% HP on every enemy in the game and then don't buff every item proportionally. It was a while ago. I remember when the game first came out, Shredded. Maybe got confused, becoming less relevant because of nerf. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. When the game first came out, when Maliwan Takedown first came out in particular, Cutsman was the boss killer. Almost every player was using a Cutsman for bosses. In fact, my own loadout, I can tell you, I had a Shock Cutsman and a Corrosive Cutsman for different phases of the bosses. And that was, like, the most common weapon. It hasn't gotten weaker since then. It's just the enemies got tankier, and other weapons and interactions and stuff came out. Lemon had the 25% nerf in 2019. You gotta remember that they did a global Maliwan buff around that time, J-Bridge. All Maliwan weapons in the game got 25% damage and, like, 50% charge speed or something. So that was probably a targeted canceling out of that, which would bring it to neutral. like we've seen what happens when they don't do the targeted canceling out of a buff. Like when they buffed all Hyperion and Maliwan shotguns, so they just buffed the reflux and recursion, and everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's because they were targeting a bunch of other stuff, but they didn't account for a couple of things that were already really good. They needed a buff. Crazy that this was 33% stronger pre 2.0. Yeah, like Cutsman, you can absolutely. We're still talking about Cutsman, right? Yeah, Cutsman, you can really get to perform. Just because mechanically, it's very suited to its role of just eating bosses. It rolls in all the important elements. And it's deceptive, because you would think an item with that card damage wouldn't be relevant at all. But this is one of the reasons why card damage is kind of not a hugely indicative stat of performance. It certainly can be at times. Like, we know that Fish Slap having card damage of 128,000 is very relevant. But the Big Dead Ringer is also 6 figures and not relevant at all. Cutsman has rather trash visual card damage, but it's like real good. Of course, overshadowed by stuff like the Cutsman and the Plasma Coil and the crit that was designed or redesigned with 2.0 in mind, but still good.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I wondered where there's blood everywhere.
Sandhawk's crazy.
Down in the service of death herself.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before.
I didn't run out of ammo. I almost ran out of ammo. But that's how this weapon's balanced. Is that right? Cutsman overshadowed by Cutsman? I said Kaesin, or at least I meant to say Kaesin. If I said Cutsman, then I was wrong. That's what I said? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Brain no work so good. It's hot and I've been live for 5 hours. Custom build next. I'll probably mess around with it and see how I feel about it off stream. And if it seems promising, then yeah, we'll do some stream content. I like the idea of building around some guns that have fallen out of favor that still work. I like that idea a lot. But yeah, my connection seems to want me to log off too, anyway. Seeing everyone build collectively questioning Gearbox's decision making whenever they buffed something that's already good. Even more so the collective creative juices whenever a bad item came by were buffed. Yeah, that was always fun. Like, theory crafting as a group around how a change could affect the game. Like, I always enjoyed that. In the build community, yeah. Miss that almost as much as I miss the Endgames channel when official. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the good conversations. I know I've been harping on a lot lately about, you know, social topics and stuff, but I think it's important stuff to talk about, and I appreciate you guys coming around for it. And also the support today. Thank you. You know, helping pay my bills and all that stuff. I appreciate that a lot. Let's see if there's anyone live in Rage. Plan for tomorrow is don't know. Oh yeah, Twitch is doing something weird. Gage, I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, Twitch briefly did something really weird for me too. Lazy's on. We'll raid Lazy. If you got my emotes, feel free to copy that, and we can jiggle for Mr. Lazy Data, who's playing XCOM 2. And yeah, plan for tomorrow, probably more BL3. I'm just kind of doing BL3 ideas that cross my mind before my vacation, and we'll probably pivot to other content after. Well, we'll definitely pivot to other content. Remnant 2, soon. But yeah, I'll see you guys around. Thank you so much, as always. Have a good one. Bye-bye.